chips being defended tonight. So we've got the women's championship on the line, and we've got the men's championship. This is an absolutely stacked episode. We will jump over to the preview, but I do just want to get the chat up on screen. So if we just flip that over, bang, bang, bang. Nice. Now if we go over here, we can have a look at the breakdown, and it's one hell of a breakdown. This is NXT Revenge. Big show. It's the week of WrestleMania. I mean, obviously, we don't have a stand and deliver, so it looks like they're trying to make this show not stand and deliver. We've already had stand and deliver like the other week, but they're trying to make this show bigger, more interesting, like more eye-catching. So we've got Lola Vice defends her NXT Women's Championship against the former champion, JC Jane. I think we know how this is going to go. I mean, Lola, to me, is retaining. She's going to retain the title. This is going to be her proving she is the rightful champion. JC loses. Probably JC's last match in NXT. I think there's a great chance we see JC on that main roster after WrestleMania. Tony D'Angelo defends the NXT title against Ethan Paige. So obviously Tony is the new champ coming out of Stand and Deliver. So he's going to be defending that belt against Ethan Paige. We've got a Joe Hendry concert. We've got Callie Armstrong, Too Strong Armstrong, making her NXT debut. Big fan of Too Strong Armstrong. She's not Kendall in that she is not God's gift to wrestling, right? In the sense of she's a good wrestler. I mean, she's absolutely fine in the ring, but she's not like this prodigy. Like Kendall Gray is like one of the best we've ever seen. Like if you told me Kendall Gray was Kurt Angle's daughter, I would believe you. But Callie Armstrong, she is someone that's got a bit of attitude. She's someone that's kind of, I don't know, could you say she's the leveled up version of Bianca Belair a little bit? You know, she strikes me as a bit bigger. She strikes me as maybe a bit stronger. I think because she is just got a bit of a bigger frame. I'd like to see them two side by side, actually. Because I'm saying these words and I don't know if they're true because I've never seen them together in the same room. But I just get the impression she's just that little bit bigger, just that little bit stronger. And yeah, quite exciting as a result. You know, we've got a real athletic talent here that I think can really go on to the main roster and achieve some stuff. There were rumors not long ago that internally they saw Too Strong Armstrong as being a future WrestleMania main eventer for the women. Like, they're really high on her. So, yeah, we get to see her debut tonight on NXT. We've been watching her since the very beginning of Evolve. And then we got Jada Parker. Jada Parker throws down with Kehlani Jordan. So that's been brewing for quite a long time as well. So, yeah, lots to look forward to here. I mean, to be honest, this is obviously a little bit of a step away from WrestleMania. It's part of WrestleMania, but it's NXT, so, you know, this isn't really leading to anything at this weekend. So it's a little bit of a sort of sidestep, and that's kind of welcome, really. I think SmackDown has been a bit of a struggle for people. Raw last night, looking at your opinions, people weren't blown away by that show. Kind of felt like it was fine, and you know, people were okay with watching it. People enjoyed the Ober stuff. People were split on CM Punk and Roman and that segment. Some enjoyed it, some thought it missed. So I think it was one of the weaker Raws that we've had on this road to WrestleMania. So maybe it's just nice to kind of get our teeth into just something a little bit different. As we said, this isn't really connected with WrestleMania. So good looking cards. 2 top titles being defended. A great looking debut. Personally, don't really need the Joe Hendry concert, but I'm sure it'll be fine. Jada Parker, Kehlani, that could be fun. So yeah, good. Excited. Looks to be a pretty strong cards, to be truthful with you. So looking forward to getting our teeth into that. Let's jump into the chats. Bobby, shout out to you. Says, have a good night. I've got to fill in for Sarah on Twitch tonight, but I'll see you all tomorrow. Bobby, have a good evening, my friends. Appreciate you stopping by. Bobby was just joining us on the members streams as well. AAA said, Daze, people are worried that since Brock Ober is going to be in the first hour, ESPN audience knows Brock, so they will make Brock win. But I think since there is more audience, Ober will win. People will get to know him. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I haven't seen the discourse around it. The only thing I can say is I have absolutely no doubt whatsoever WWE are fully aware of what they've got with Ober. That is just a gift from the gods. You know, in a company that kind of lives and dies by its kind of main event talent. You know, those are the people that bring the punters through the door. That main event talent, you know, it was always the case that back in the day, the wrestlers would go up to whoever was in the main event and thank them for the house. So they'd go up to and go, thank you for the house, like, thank you for bringing all these people here. And, you know, top of the card would do that heavy lifting. And that's the same for, like, you know, WrestleMania. So for a company that really lives and dies by that, and you could say exactly the same with things like boxing and MMA. You know, it's the main events in boxing and MMA that really bring the people. And yeah, of course, there's plenty on the rest of the card, but to have a gift like Ober, and certainly for that gift to arrive seemingly in the same year that Brock is going to retire, WWE know what they've got. In fact, Triple H was talking about Ober and the impact he's had. And it's like, you can see the excitement online. You know, you don't have to scroll very long before you see someone doing the walk. So, I mean, Triple H knows. He knows what he's got. And on a business built on main event talent that kind of does a lot of the heavy lifting, I just, even Triple H and this creative team, even they surely don't fumble Ober. So let's see how it plays, right? Let's see how it goes. I've predicted Ober winning. I think you have Ober winning. We have spoken of a way where Ober could lose, and I still think it would be okay. But Ober would have to be the person that retires Brock at SummerSlam. You know, and it would probably need some shenanigans, or you could go down the road of Ober's cardio just sort of letting him down, Ober then coming out saying he knows that's something he needs to fix and something he needs to work on. We actually go on a journey as we watch him train, see him putting the work in, and then we get to SummerSlam and he just, you know, beats Brock and, you know, we've got him. Do we need to kick the can down the road, though? Do we need to do that? I would say no. I'd say the only reason why we've even been mentioning those things is because that is a way for Ober to lose and it actually ultimately be okay. In my mind, that would still work. It would still be okay. But I'm not sat here campaigning for Ober to lose. In my predictions video, I've predicted him to get the victory, and I think that's what will happen. So I haven't seen the discourse around it, but I feel confident that WWE know what they've got. Car, hello, my friends. Daze, Triple A, next pay-per-view, May 30th. They've announced one match for it. It's going to be Americano, and it is the mask versus mask. Looking forward to that. I mean, that is going to be big, isn't it? Lot of excitement around that. Few people wondering, should it have actually took place at WrestleMania? I would have liked it at WrestleMania because I'm actually very interested in it. But I think part of the interest comes from the great reactions of those AAA fans. I think the AAA fans being so invested translates very, very well. So I think part of the joy of that feud is the AAA crowd. If you take it and put it in front of an American crowd that I don't think care as much, you know, the reactions for El Grande, either of them, are not as loud. when it comes to Raw and SmackDown. But when you run them on AAA, it's just, they've just connected on a completely different level. And so, yeah, I mean, for me, having that thing go on a AAA show is probably the right place. I'd like it at WrestleMania because they've got me. I'm interested. I'm invested. It's a match that I want to see. But the truth is, it's probably right that it plays out on a AAA show. Connor said, do we think that we need a draft after WrestleMania? We know that Joe Hendry, Ethan Page, JC Jane, Sol Ruka have all been discussed for main roster call-ups. Well, I do think we need a draft, and I feel like we say that on a regular basis. We spoke about it a lot last year, and I do think that some of their problems could have been fixed if they had had a draft. You know, we sit here and talk about how there's not much of a division for Julia, not much of a division for Jade Cargill. And those in particular, I think, were problems. I also find myself looking at the fact that big heels we've really struggled with on the men's side. You know, if you think that when Randy won Elimination Chamber, we were in a situation where both of our main events for WrestleMania, night 1 and night 2, were going to be face versus face. You know, Roman, CM Punk is still face versus face. And Cody was a face and Randy was a face. So you do find yourself kind of looking around and asking the question, where's the monster heels? I don't have an answer as to why they have not had Gunther in one of those spots. Because Gunther just retired John Cena. They followed that up by him retiring AJ Styles. And so you would think the momentum would be there to really get... I mean, do you remember when the Heat, Gunther being booed out the building? Do you remember how loud that was, like, after John had been retired? And Gunther was mocking everyone, saying he had made him tap out. The guy that never taps out, I made him tap out. How did we not get that guy into one of those main events? I don't know. I don't know why we've not put the work in to achieve that. We didn't. And, you know, we had like face versus face. And then, of course, you know, Drew was in the mix. And Drew was a heel, but he's a heel that I've had some problems with because he's a heel that for some reason wants to be seen as telling the truth and wants to paint a picture of the world being against him and a conspiracy against him, and they don't want me to be champion. I'm not the chosen boy. I'm not the golden boy like Cody. And the problem is that you've got a lot of fans, as we've said before, that kind of listen to that and agree and find themselves rooting for Drew. And so, of course, we then ask the question, well, how does that make him a heel? If he's coming out with stuff that people agree with and people want to support him, how is that presenting him as the heel? I think we've got really confused and really lost as a result. And I do find myself wondering if after WrestleMania last year, if we'd have done a draft and we had got there's our baby faces, there's our heels, and we'd sorted out the divisions, could we have spent last year really building up some of those heels that we needed? Some might argue we were doing that. Some might argue that's what Bron Breakker was. That's what Bronson Reed was. You know, that's what Seth was. Because we had to take Seth out of the vision before we were going to. You know, he got injured. And so the way they dealt with it is they had Bron Breakker take him out. But the truth is, if Seth hadn't have been injured, he probably would still be heel now. And that might have got us to a different place. Bron Breakker, of course, if he wasn't injured, would probably be in a high-profile match also. So, you know, I can sit here and go, why have we not been building heels? There's a real lack of heels. Why have we not got Gunther up there? Why is Drew McIntyre so wishy-washy? Where's the heels? And then, of course, you know, the pushback from Triple H could be, well, I was building Seth, I was building Braun. You know, injuries, hits, whatever. I don't know. I'm looking over, though, on the other sides. I mean, you've got Aleister Black. I mean, was that good enough? Was that interesting enough? I mean, perhaps they had high hopes for Zelina and Aleister, and it just hasn't quite translated. because I'm looking over on the SmackDown sides, and outside of Drew, I mean, you've got like Solo, you've got, and the MFTs, you've got Alistair. It does feel imbalanced, and it does feel like we've had to get through. I mean, it really feels like we've just had to scrape and fight our way through. Maybe that's how it feels to Triple H as well. So I do think a draft was needed last year. I do think a draft would have helped with some of the problems, probably more on the women's side than the men's sides. But I do find myself looking at the heels just across Raw and SmackDown, but, you know, SmackDown especially, wondering why we didn't do more with building up heels. But then, you know, you go into the conversation about injuries and stuff like that. So I do think we need one, yes. I can't say we're going to get one because I think we needed one all last year as well. Daze Hebner said, the way I see it, it seems like TKO are trying to make Pat the face of the celebrity era. So don't be surprised if he challenges for the title and maybe wins, says Daze Hebner. Edward said, American crowds have been mediocre lately. There's some matches that you could hear a pin drop. I think as well, compared to those kind of foreign crowds that have been so vocal, the American crowds, maybe by comparison, have felt a bit quieter as well. I don't know. I mean, I feel sorry for the American crowds because the American crowds are obviously used to watching wrestling. I mean, WWE has been based there its whole life. So, I mean, a lot of these American fans are people that have been maybe many times. I don't know if the culture is quite the same as in Europe. You know, over here, we like making noise at sporting events and chanting and, you know, like that is just part of the culture. I'm sure that people do that in America as well, but I don't know if it's to the same extent as like soccer chants. And I feel like that kind of translates as well. So this is why when you go to France, Spain, Italy, England, like it's noisy. People are up for it. But yeah, I do feel a bit sorry for like the American crowds. But then, you know, you can absolutely say part of that was the creative was just not as exciting as it should have been. But some of those shows that they've done in Europe have not been that crazy. And the crowds have still, you know, gone crazy. But then for some of them, it's, you know, the first time they've ever seen WWE live. That, of course, is going to hit different, isn't it? Just like, you know, I'd imagine that crowd at Clash in Italy is going to be very, very impressive. That crowd, I would imagine, is gonna be really, really strong. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't really worry too much about that. I've got respect for the American crowds. Marshman said, maybe I'm alone, but I enjoyed the Punk Roman promo last night. I get the feeling it was a pivot for whatever happens after Mania, said Marshman. No, I enjoyed it as well. I enjoyed it. I thought that I get why people didn't, and I get why people did. It's actually a really interesting one for me because I don't think anyone's right or wrong on it. I think everyone's right. And I'm not just saying that to keep the peace, but I genuinely can see why people didn't like it, but I can see why people did. It didn't have the big shock value. It didn't have the, oh my God, kind of screaming the house down. This is insane. I can't wait for this match. It didn't have that. And if you was looking for that, you're going to be disappointed, you know? It's a bit like wanting like a banger to get the party started, and someone comes along and puts on like a lovely ballad. Do you know what I mean? Still a great song, right? But it's not what that person was looking for. And I feel like that was that promo last night. It was a good promo, but it wasn't what certain people were looking for. For me, I liked the promo because I just liked the promo. I liked the premise of the promo. I like this, let's tell the truth, shall we? You know, there's been a lot of nonsense. That whole I'm going to bury you next to your father was like, oh my God. I mean, it got the reaction. But, you know, I kind of thought it was nice in a way for Punk to come out and go, okay, let's tell some truth, shall we? I'll start. Tell me when I'm telling lies. I'm sorry for saying what I said and using your father's name in vain. The truth is that I really respect the old timers. And so, I've got a lot of respect for Sika. And so, what a moment. Him apologizing to Roman about that line about his father from a few weeks ago. And saying, okay, yeah, I did it to get a reaction out of you, basically. But I want to apologize for using his name in vain. But the thing is that not only did he say that, of course, but he said, I hate you. So if he's being honest about that, then he's also being honest about the fact he hates Roman. And these are the reasons why. And I just thought it was kind of hit on a bit of a deeper level, actually. So, I liked it. But again, if it wasn't the kind of promo you were looking for, then I totally get why people didn't. So I thought it was quite interesting. Yeah. The opinions video for it was very interesting. Have we heard the news Michael and Miz are going to host the ceremony? I have, yes. I have. That's good. Corey said the chat seems to be frozen again. I don't know what's happening with the chat on screen. I don't know why it seems to keep freezing. Don't know. To be honest, it's not a bind to fix, but if it's going to keep doing that, I don't know that the chat is going to be living very long on screen. There we go. I got a question. Are we streaming Hall of Fame? Yes. I didn't have any information or details on the Hall of Fame, but yes, they obviously announced all that on Raw yesterday. Mayor Pete said tickets might be expensive to sit ringside, but I've done some research and it's not bad. Maybe last year was different. Corey said Daze yesterday said we was doing the watch along for the Hall of Fame. Yeah, we will. I just didn't have any details until they sort of announced it on Raw. King Gamer said, is there a specific reason why TKO put Pat in the Cody story? Do we think it shows they haven't trusted Cody as a top guy to sell tickets? No, I don't think it's that. I think the reason as to why they put him in has been documented, right? I think it's been revealed. And the belief is that it was synergy with ESPN. Now, obviously, people have got their other theories about it, but the actual rumor that I've seen from the dirt sheets is that they wanted more synergy with ESPN. ESPN, I think, well, they're the people that are obviously carrying WrestleMania. They've bought the PLEs, and they are going to be showing on ESPN and ESPN2 the first hour of both nights for free. And that's obviously to raise awareness of WrestleMania, to get some people watching that maybe otherwise wouldn't have been, flicking through the channels. What's this? And then, of course, hopefully you get them hooked in that first hour, and then they want to watch the rest of it, And so they then hopefully subscribe to the app, which might drive subscriptions. And we've never done this before, so it's very, very interesting. So I think the belief is that by bringing in Pat, who's a massive personality on ESPN, his show is on ESPN. Again, today has been making comments about WrestleMania. Obviously, they had him steal the belts, so that's in the background. People have been saying, when do we think Cody's going to go on the show to get the belt back? In fact, even Cody has said he's going to fly to New York. Then he's going to fly to a mystery location, which people are thinking might be Pat's place. And then he's going to go on to Vegas. So I think that, there could be a chance that Cody invades and actually tries to get that belt. And yeah, that's it's all part of that strategy. So I don't believe that it's anything specifically to do with Cody. I think it's more because, to be honest, it's not like Night 2 is selling any better. They're both around about the same. They're both about 42,000, 43,000. So, Night 2, which has got nothing to do with Cody, that's CM Punk Roman Reigns. That's in exactly the same boat. So I do believe that it is to do with that synergy with ESPN, trying to bolster that relationship. And I think it's to do with that. I don't know if Pat didn't work for ESPN, if they would have used him. But obviously the other thing we've heard is that Ari Emanuel really likes him and wants to try to make him this big global star like Sylvester Stallone. Apparently he's managed to get him into some TV show that's 4 episodes long or something. And, you know, they're trying to find ways of kind of raising his profile and, you know, making him a bigger brand. So it seems to be that. And I don't really have a reason to disbelieve that. So I think that, it's dirty stuff, and it's the side of business that we all hate. It's not the stuff that makes a story better. It's not the stuff that kind of satisfies or pleases us. It's so they can shift more tickets at that, you know, inflated price, which obviously they've had to drop because like the ticket sales have been struggling. I think this whole thing shifted another couple of thousand tickets, which, you know, the weekend before, I don't know, you'd expect to sell a certain amount of those tickets anyway. I mean, take Pat out and just drop the ticket prices by 25% 1 week before WrestleMania. How many do you sell? I don't have the answer to that, but they managed to sell 2,000 on the for the Saturday. So I don't know. Did it achieve anything? I mean, I can't say those were numbers that I was blown away by. Because obviously that 25% has finished now. They said that only ran till the end of Raw. So that's what it achieved. That 25% off. Hey ho, whatever. It is what it is. We just got to get through it. I do think there'll be something for the fans at WrestleMania. I'm not going to pin my hopes on it because this is a company that keep teasing things and keep letting fans down, but they've got to have some confidence that it's worth doubling down with this. They've got to have some confidence that this is going to lead somewhere satisfying eventually. Is that going to be WrestleMania? Do we have to wait all the way to SummerSlam? Pat will leave at some point, and I'm sure the way they write him out will be satisfying, but yeah, I'm off. I'm out. I've tapped out. I do not give a flip what they do. Bring back every member of the golden era. I could not give a flip. I've tapped out. Daze, have we seen Cody has ranked his 5 greatest WrestleMania wrestlers? Yeah, it was in Unseen. Foxy Light said, if they are trying to build Pat, this is not the way to do it. I didn't have a massive issue with Pat before this, but I'm genuinely disliking the guy. I'm finding him annoying and cringe. I think, though, what will happen, Foxy Light, to be honest with you, is there will come a time where he will be beaten up, right? And he'll be kicked out, and people will celebrate, right? And then genuinely what I think might happen is that on his show, he'll give you a bit of behind the scenes kind of info. And he'll be like, man, that was like so fun. My goal was to just make wrestling fans like feel something again, you know? There's a lot of stuff in wrestling that I just don't think people have really felt a connection with. And I was just doing whatever I could to upset people. I wasn't meaning what I was saying, but I just wanted people to feel something again. And I think a lot of people will turn around and go, do you know what? Respect. Because he was doing it for the love of the game. You know, he was trying to upset people. He was trying to get people angry and animated. And that story's done now. He's been kicked out of WWE. He's going back to football. And I can see him coming out and saying something like that. And I can see a lot of people going, actually, do you know what? Fair play. He was just trying to give us, like, you know, some sort of emotional connection, you know, and all this stuff. And then I'll have to sit here and listen to people tell me how it was good, when actually we're all sat here right now knowing it is not. So, yeah, I'm mentally prepared for all of this. And I may even save this clip and just play it back in the future, so I don't have to repeat myself. You know, for me, I've waited years for this Cody Randy story. I've like specifically been waiting for this. When people have asked me, like, who do you want to see Cody feud against? I've said in the past, Randy. Like, I'd love to dig into that. I think there's a lot to get into with their history. We finally got it. I did say this isn't quite how I would have got to it because of the fact that Drew was heavily involved and people were upset that he'd been removed. It didn't feel like we had loads of time to kind of get into it because there was like a month to go or something to WrestleMania. And I was like, how are we going to get into everything within that time? And actually, as we're sat here right now, they still have not had a promo exchange. We still haven't got to the point where we've got Randy standing opposite Cody and we have a heart-to-heart, you know? We haven't even done one of those. So this feud obviously continues post-Mania. But we know that Jelly Roll's going to get involved. And he's involved anyway. We know that Pat's sticking around. When do we get the stuff that everyone wants? When do we get to dig into the backstory that everyone wants? It's like this story has been hijacked. So he can come out and say all this waffle, but you are robbing me of what I was looking for with this story, what I've been waiting for, what I was hoping to see. And some people will go, well, that's your fault. You was hoping we were going to get something and we didn't get it. Deal with it. And, you know, okay, fine. That's fine. I didn't get what I wanted to get. But that doesn't mean that I have to, like, applaud Pat, does it? I mean, that doesn't mean that I have to like what we did get. You know, I was hoping for something. We didn't get it. I'm disappointed. You might get it further down the road. I mean, this could be a feud that goes all the way to SummerSlam. We might get it at some points. What I do know is this is not what I was looking for. My excitement for WrestleMania has been dampened. I've just had to sit through some of the worst SmackDowns ever. Genuinely, if I wasn't streaming, I would turn the night one main event off. I would not watch it. If I wasn't streaming it, I would not watch it. And I've actually even wondered what I'm going to do when it's on, because I just don't care. I'm like, I am absolutely numb to it. I don't care if Cody wins. I don't care if Randy wins. I don't care if Stone Cold comes down. I don't care if The Rock comes down. It's like someone has given me anesthetic and I am just completely numb to it. I just do not care. And that is honest. I can't be any more honest about it. That's what this story has done to me. We had this conversation the other day, actually, because, you know, I see it online and it gets brought up about, like, Pat is doing what a heel should do. But, like, this isn't fun. I'm not having fun. This isn't entertaining. I'm not enjoying this. Like, this is just, you've just ruined it. And I would turn it off. I wouldn't even bother with it. And if there's anything that I need to know about, I'm sure that social media will tell me or someone will tell me. So, yeah, it's a real shame. It's a real shame. I wish I didn't feel that way. But, yeah, I mean, I think we've all got, like, lines. We've all got things that we are willing to watch and things that we don't want to watch. And this is something I just don't want to watch. So, I don't know. I don't know what the flip's going to go down. I just hope that the bulk of the match is just going to be without shenanigans. But, you know, it's like last year where we did Cena and Cody. And then by the time you get to the end of it, you got Travis Scott coming down. I mean, do you remember that last year where we had Cena versus Cody and Travis Scott came down to the ring on his own. There was no Rock. Travis Scott came down and got involved and everyone was upset about it. And it's like, I feel like we're sort of there again, really, where we've got this match that we really wanted to see. And once again, it's like a celebrity is going to take the spotlight away. Just like last year where Travis Scott got involved. This year, Pat is almost certain to get involved, isn't he? And Jelly Roll's going to get involved. And I don't know what else is going to go down, but, well, we'll find out this weekend. Connor said, Daze, would we like to see John Cena Danhausen segment? Yes, I would. Maybe this weekend's Danhausen said on Raw he hopes to see John. I would like to see that, yes. I would like to see that. Hello, it's Bryn again. Hope you're well, my friend. It's Bryn again, said, seeing Jelly Roll and Pat take bumps, doing promos, it boils my blood. The amount of people backstage, for example, like the Wyatt Six, that are not being featured, it is crazy. Yes, this is like, it's always been that way with celebrities. And, you know, at least the way they're presenting this one, I don't know if it's true or not, but they're presenting it like WWE are not happy, like Triple H is not happy, like the wrestlers are not happy. So they're presenting it that way, right? I don't know if that's a work or a shoot. I mean, I have no idea. I'd imagine wrestlers are upset. Whether Triple H is that bothered, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure he did have some plans, but from a business point of view, he might understand why Pat being involved makes business sense. And so he might not be as opposed to it as what we are. I don't know. I really don't know. So, yeah, I hear you. I hear you. And I think a lot of people feel that way. I think a lot of people as well don't know really what to do. I don't know about you, but like online, I'm not seeing as much noise about it. But I think that's because like we know that it ain't going to change. We know that the plan is the tag match at Backlash. We know that according to the rumor, you know, Triple H is being made to do this. So, I mean, you can rant and rave all you want. Triple H can't do anything about it. It's like we said the other day, he might be able to go a little bit that way or a little bit that way, but he can't turn this thing around. So people are sort of like, what do I do? Do you know what I mean? The only thing I can think to do is send a message directly to Ari Emanuel, and I'm not sure he's going to care. Maybe if Ari Emanuel's notifications got flooded with people just saying you've ruined wrestling and stuff like that. But to be honest, this close to WrestleMania, it's probably just head down and, you know, full steam ahead, isn't it? It's probably just que sera, sera. What will be, will be. And that's probably the situation we find ourselves in. Miss Dell Jr., hello, said, how hyped are we for WrestleMania 42 compared to 40-41? Well, I can't remember how hyped I was in advance for those shows. I mean, I know I was hyped for 40 because it was finishing I mean, that was one of the best builds. You know, with Rock trying to get involved and all of that. I mean, that was one of the best builds. So, I mean, well down on 40 hype. Can't remember 41. I mean, I think I was worried about the Cena heel turn and it wasn't really working. And I wasn't crazy about the cards. I actually looked at the card again for last year, and I do genuinely think this year's card looks better on paper. If you was to go, which you can only watch one of these shows, and maybe part of the problem is I know that 41 kind of under-delivered. So, you know, perhaps there's a bit of a bias there, but genuinely on paper, I do think this year looks better. So I said yesterday, I woke up and I was at a 5, and I said that Raw was about a 6, and it had kind of improved my mood a bit. I think I've sort of woke up today and I'm maybe back down to like a 5. I feel like Raw picked me up a little, but not really much. And I feel like I've gone to bed and it's probably just like sunk back down a bit again. I don't really feel much different from yesterday, genuinely. I don't feel like the buzz for Mania is quite there yet. Again, maybe when we start seeing the stage almost ready. You know that I love WWE Worlds. So I think Thursday when that opens and there's footage coming out from it, that's going to be interesting to me. That's where I might start feeling it a bit more. And, you know, SmackDown this week hopefully should be okay because it's very different. It's a very unique show because it's got the Andre Battle Royal. Obviously, it's got Wyatt Six MFTs in what I think would be their WrestleMania match. If they were to be at WrestleMania, this is the match you would get. So, you know, this isn't just a normal episode of SmackDown. It feels special. So, I think with World opening on Thursday, hopefully a much better SmackDown than what we've been getting on Friday. Of course, we're going to have to deal with Pat nonsense, but hopefully still a better episodes. And then we're just there, aren't we? You know, I mean, I'm going to be streaming so long on Saturday and Sunday. And there's going to, I mean, like, I plan on starting 2 hours before the 3-hour countdown. Because I've noticed that when the countdown starts, obviously people want to go and watch that. There's not really much going on. I mean, it is just video packages, but it does seem to just kind of take people away from us as they go over to watch that. So it's kind of in the channel's benefit to start before that and get some good conversation going. So this is why, like, I wish the countdown was only 2 hours rather than 3. That would be better for me. But we'll start a couple of hours before. Then, of course, a 3-hour countdown. Then no matches on it, but, you know, there'll be maybe the odd exclusive interview, a lot of punditry stuff. And then, of course, WrestleMania. I mean, the good thing is no stand and deliver, which for me is good, because that was always a show that we had to do. I would then end that stream and then immediately start the next stream, which was the WrestleMania stream. At least this way I can just do one stream. We can start early. We can get our teeth into stuff. And I feel a bit better, actually, about this setup. So, yeah, long days. Friday will be a long day as well. Hall of Fame, of course, straight after SmackDown. And the kickoff before, which we're going to be doing. So Friday, Saturday, Sunday, all long days. We'll obviously do an extended, probably an extra hour for that Raw. I mean, we're going to need to, because there's going to be so many thoughts coming out of WrestleMania. So honestly, as I'm sat here right now, it was a 5 yesterday, maybe a 5.5 now. I mean, I don't feel much different, but I think Thursday, once things have really started to pick up, I think I might be in a better place then. MJR619 said, I liked that final promo with Punk and Roman. It was different, but they had the fighting earlier. They had the back and forth before that. So I like that they had toned it down a little. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. My daughter has got special needs and a forever 13-year-old genuinely saying she is a true miracle born at 8 ounces. And I raised this young lady on my own. I finally got her into wrestling and I'm so happy, said Long Beach. Oh, Long Beach hippie, shout out to you, my friends. That's great. That's great. Congrats as well. Raising her on your own and finally getting her into wrestling. That's great. I hope you have a great weekend if you are going to be watching it with her, which I'm guessing you will. Brixton Melly said, Daze, are you going to rush to buy one of those fantastic Stephanie McMahon Hall of Fame championship belts? I don't even think it looks that special, to be honest with you. Like, I don't know. I mean, it's okay, but I mean, I've seen, considering it's Stephanie McMahon, I really would have expected it to have been a bit more flamboyant and kind of, you know, full of, I don't know, jewels or whatever. It just looks quite plain. Now, it feels a bit plain. I've got it here. So this is it here. I mean, it looks a bit like a belt Bruno Sammartino would have had in the 1960s. It's just got, I'm guessing this is like maybe a velvet sort of type belt strap. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't really look at it and go, wow, that's stunning. It looks quite plain. I don't know. Doesn't look that special. Certainly doesn't. I mean, it looks fairly classy. $750. So, yeah. Apparently ships around the 29th of May. So, I don't know. Hard to sit here and say what they should have done instead. But I don't know. I don't find it exciting. I don't find myself looking at it going, oh, that's beautiful. But I don't know. I mean, maybe did she play a part in designing it? I'm probably not. But, yeah, okay. Fine. I really don't know how many of them they'll end up selling. There's some other belts that I think look a lot better. Obviously, we've got the CM Punk Roman Reigns one, which I've got here. I really like this idea. And I think this was shown in Unseen. And I was saying, imagine if they were to do this or had been doing this from the beginning. And imagine there was a Hogan Andre version of this. So, you know, this is that the bag that it comes in? I'm not sure. But, I think that's the bag. And I think, is that the inside of the belts with, like, achievements all written for both competitors? Best in the world versus OTC. And, of course, you got Roman's image. I mean, look at the detail on this. And I love the fact that they've done the 2 different side plates. So, you know, you have it on your wall. CM Punk represented on that side. Roman represented on the other. That's shown with the side plates. Of course, the actual title itself, which is nice. I don't hate this championship. I think it's a fairly nice looking championship. I was trying to find the image that just shows it lying flat. I don't know if we've got any of those. That's the one image you want, really, is the front completely flat. That's the back of it. But I don't think we've got the front of it flat. But I think that's quite nice. I mean, I think that's not a bad idea, actually, for a new title being introduced. I do sort of look at it and see the WrestleMania logo over that belt and think, oh, it looks nicer when it's got like a bit of a pattern. A bit of a pattern on the belt strap looks better than when it's just plain black. You see, like, these plain black ones. And then you compare it to that, and it just looks a bit more interesting. It's got a bit more life to it. So, there's a John Cena one. That's celebrating his farewell to the UK, to London. Of course, the GOAT. The GOAT. The Winged Eagle. So we got a few bits and bobs there. There's a few new shirts and things. Is this Euroshop? Oh, this is Euroshop. Euroshop's not as good. I mean, it's still got an okay range, but the main WWE shop is better. I can get access to that. Let's go here. This is the main WWE shop. We want to go new arrivals, which I'm not sure where you go for that. Just general new arrivals. Is it like a WrestleMania shop? Is that this? Yeah, here we go. Roman Reigns shirt for... Is he going to wear this? Roman Reigns shirt for WrestleMania. We've got some card sets. These are all unsigned. The new John Cena shirts. Brock Ober shirts. So we've got some shirts that show the matchups. We've got the mini, they call it a desktop belt, still $300, which is crazy. They've got a briefcase, don't know why. They've got underwear, let's go. You can be fully decked out from head to toe. They've got the speed thing that he was wearing, a few other bits. I mean, they've got power, is that power banks? They've got WrestleMania power banks. Why? I don't know. Does it even matter anymore? Just if we can slap a logo. Look at this. It doesn't even matter anymore. Just, I think they're like, shall we? Yep. You haven't even heard the, yep. But I was going to say power, yep. Okay. I think that's where we are with WWE merch. The answer's yes. Should we get a helmet and put Swarovski crystals all over it? And then slap a WrestleMania logo, sell it for 10 grand. Yep. He said yes. He said yes. Apparently we are doing that. Oh. I mean, who's buying that? Who is buying this? Who is spending 10 grand on this? What is this? What does this even mean? What is this? I'll tell you what this means. I've got a lot of money and I just don't really know what to do with it. That's what this means. That's what this means. So, there we go. Bonkers. Crazy. Let's go down. Days, tonight could be Fatal Influence's last, said Big Time, yeah. I do worry that JC gets called up on her own. Lainey could be just in singles and Fallon could get released. You just don't know. Well, let's hope that they go out on a high. I could see them turning on JC. I wondered if they were going to do it the other day. Well, I could see them turning on JC, maybe continuing as a 2, maybe replacing JC. Fatal Influence could still live on with Fallon as the new de facto leader. Shining Wizard said, I don't think I would wear any of those belts outside of a wrestling event. Imagine walking down the road wearing one of those. You couldn't even do that in the UK, to be honest. You couldn't even do that. I doubt you could do it in America, but if you walk down the street with one of those belts, it ain't staying yours for long. Corey said, my guess is there aren't many diehard Stephanie fans, but there are those who just have to have every belt that will want to get it. It's a good shout, actually. Those kind of collectors, those completists that just want to get like every title. Yeah, it's a good shout. Isaac said, I think Sol Ruka is going to stay NXT, but maybe Sol Ruka could win the women's NXT championship. Connor said, I think Drew Jacob should be a fantastic match. I think so as well. I think it'll be a lot of fun. Sunny, hello. Hope you're doing well. Shining Wizard said, did we know that you're not allowed to take any bags into WWE World except for clear ones? And the exception is Money in the Bank suitcases. It's probably for the best, isn't it, really? I mean, it's a big public gathering. You've got a lot of the stars there as well. Not that that matters, but, you could say a Walmart is a big public gathering. But, you've got a lot of superstars there. I think you could understand that, like, bags would need to be checked. And if the process is... you've got to have a see-through bag, of course, they can't really stop Money in the Bank briefcases from coming in. Although, because people might want to get them signed. So it's probably like, yeah, we kind of have to let those in. I'd imagine if you work on the doors, you're like, oh, you're not thrilled at seeing them. But, I can sort of understand it. When it comes to the poll, I think going with great, good, okay, bad for weekly matches provides an accurate sample size. All-time, maybe, promos, major angles, okay is in middle of good, bads. I don't know what we're saying. I think that's the kind of setup that we've always had. I mean, okay, bad is like, no, that just sucked. I did not enjoy it. Okay, good is exactly what it says. That was okay. It was fine, right? Great is like, no, that was special. And then all time is like, oh, that's really special. So like that's all time special. That's like one of the segments of the year special. But because we've been running with that since early 2024, I think people have kind of got their heads around it. And I think I'm quite happy with the results of it as well. The only thing that can be a bit of a problem with that system is the fact that if you've got, say, 42% say it was good and 41% said it was great, it obviously gets a good rating. And if, 5% said it was bad, it can end up being good 95, which doesn't feel fair when it was literally just about to click into being great, if you know what I mean. So I think for me, the structure of it's fine. I don't have an issue with that. But there's moments like that where I'm like, oh, that is just a flaw with the system, really. I mean, the bottom line is I just wish YouTube would give me more options. I don't have any more options than 4. I only have 4 options. So that's why we've had to do it that way. There are other ways you could do it. You could link to a Google form and kind of do it that way, but it's not as quick. It would need more setting up. It would just be more hassle. And when you're trying to juggle getting pictures for unseen or not unseen for the breakdown, you're trying to read people's super chats and comments, you're trying to get polls put up, you're obviously trying to watch the show at the same time as well, not miss anything, keeping an eye on social media. You need something that's quick. And that's why we kind of have to try and make the best of what we've got. But because we've been doing it since like early 2024, I kind of know now how matches are roughly going to score. Don't often get too surprised by the feedback, and I often think the feedback is quite fair. There's just a couple of times, really not often, where that will happen, where it's like really close between good and great. Good might just get it. So really it should be good 100, or it should be good 99. But you know, the way that it gets worked out, I have to look and then see how many people said it was bad and basically take them away from the score. So yeah, those are the intricacies of it. I wish there was a better way of doing it. I wish they'd give me more options, but I think people have got their heads around it now, which is good. If WrestleMania 42 isn't a success by being a fantastic show and surprising us, then what's going to happen to WWE after Mania? It feels like the start of TKO booking. Well, that's one of the concerns, isn't it? Well, I mean, it's not a concern. It's already here. Like, it's already happening. Like, we are already getting celebrities being shoved into things to try and sell more tickets or try and strengthen business relationships. And that is coming to the detriment of the storytelling. And that's a big problem. That's a big problem, because you're right, that could be something that becomes the norm. That, I mean, you could argue that that's what we did last year. I mean, you could say that we did it at WrestleMania 41 when Travis Scott came down. You know, that could have been a wrestler. That could have been a wrestler that then was going to, you know, have a decent future. Apparently, Travis was going to have a match, but for whatever reason, that relationship broke down. Don't know why it broke down, but that relationship broke down. And so it didn't lead to a match. But I mean, that's where we were going, is we were going to be leading to Travis Scott being involved in a tag match. And, you know, he makes his way down at the end of WrestleMania 41. And I mean, I felt like the fans made their voices heard on that they were not happy. But I think, unfortunately, maybe part of the message that was received was we wanted The Rock and we only got Travis Scott. And I think the takeaway might have been they wanted The Rock. But actually, part of the problem was you didn't replace him with some other wrestler. You gave us Travis Scott and we're not interested. Like, that's not what we were looking for. And maybe we just didn't get that message across loud enough, you know? And so as a result, here we are a year later, and we find ourselves in what feels like a bit of a similar situation where we're shoving a celebrity into a feud that does not need them. Travis Scott did not need to be involved in Cody and Cena. And, you know, Pat does not need to be involved in this. So you can make the argument that, yes, we've seen this before and we will see this again. And this is why, you know, you are kind of left with thoughts that you don't want to be having, really. I mean, thoughts that I have are like, how do we send their message that we're not happy? It's not complaining online. That doesn't do it. They are happy for the noise. They are happy for the upset. And they're happy for this to just keep playing out. But how do you send a message of we're not happy with, you know, you doing this? Well, it's got to be on not watching, and it's got to be on not buying tickets. And we are seriously at a point where that is harming the fundamental relationship that we have with WWE. WWE are so lucky to have fans that are so loyal and are so deeply connected that we will just, we'll watch, put out a show, we'll watch it. They are in this world where people have no attention spans, and there's TikTok and there's Twitch and there's 300-hour video games to complete, and World Cup coming up, Grand Theft Auto releasing at the end of the year. All these plethora of things, Disney Plus and HBO Max and football and soccer and baseball and basketball, and the list goes on, right? Of all the stuff we could be doing instead. But yet they are fortunate that they have this passionate, dedicated fan base that will sit down twice a week, 3 times a week, some of us 4 or 5 times a week, and watch their product. And we are at the point now where the only way that we can send a message that we are not happy is by starting to not do that. And that how is that good? How is that a positive? How can that in any way be great for business? That, like, you've left your fans no choice but to send a message by not buying tickets and not watching your shows. And the problem you've got is with something like this, once you do get out of it and, stop watching, I don't know how long it takes before you're sort of out of the addiction, if you know what I mean. I kind of feel like if you did that and you didn't watch, and then you saw that people were like, oh man, this show, it still sucks, you might start thinking to yourself, actually, do you know what? The couple of hours there that I've spent doing this instead were probably time better spent, actually, because they've watched that episode and they don't seem to have enjoyed it. It's the fear of missing out. But really, if you hadn't have watched a lot of Raws or SmackDowns over the past year, what would you have missed out on? I mean, a lot of people were down on 2025, and a lot of people have been down on 2026, and now we've hit an all-time low with SmackDown. So it's like, it's dangerous. It's really dangerous if you are forcing your fans to do that and then running the risk of them not coming back. It's bad. It's bad. It's really bad. I mean, it's bad. Everyone's been saying it's bad. I mean, you've got, like, I saw Solomonster, who was someone I used to listen to his podcast, as I was, like, doing toy hunts or whatever. I saw him put a podcast out the other day talking about how disastrous all this was. Bully Ray made comments today on Busted Open about how this is all wrong. There are some that standing up for it. JBL has come out and said that he's for it. So, I mean, I'm not going to paint a picture that's not accurate. There are some out there that are for it, but the vast majority are not. And, I wish I could tell you, give you some words of encouragement or tell you it's all going to be okay, but I don't know that it is, because this is the TKO era. And they have done this before last year at WrestleMania 41. Who Dat Saints J said, here in England, when fans are unhappy, they protest, they stay away from games, and they don't give money. But WWE, nothing happens to show them how unhappy people are. Maybe the financial hit is necessary. Well, that's how TKO care about one thing: money. I mean, it's that simple. The reason they want engagement and noise is because they're hoping it will get people to tune in, which will strengthen their relationships with Netflix, and ultimately it comes back to money. So that's how you hurt them, yes. Financially, that is how you hurt TKO. You hurt them through money. If there's low viewership, then pressure will be on, won't it? From the TV companies, from the advertisers, from the sponsors. If ticket sales are slow, pressure is on. If the viewerships decline, pressure is on. And yeah, it all comes back to money at the end of the day. But it's hard. I mean, I cannot sit here and tell you that that's an easy thing to do, because I still tuned in. I'm still tuned in. I've said I'm pathetic. I'm quite happy to say I'm pathetic. You know, I have that deep bond built over decades that is just like, it is like an addiction. It is. It is like you're addicted to it. Like, I can't imagine not tuning into Raw. I can't imagine not tuning into SmackDown. I can't imagine not watching and talking about it. Like, it's been such a massive part of my life that, like, I just can't imagine not doing it. And it's like, I can't imagine not doing it. I've always followed. I've not always been able to watch live, but I've always tried to catch up. And even when I can't do that because maybe it's been Christmas and like work has just been crazy, I've still read about what's happened. I've still followed the storylines throughout my life. And I'm not alone in that. Like, I think a lot of you are in that boat. I think a lot of you have that deep bond, that deep connection. I mean, look, we can have a conversation about video games and talk about our favorite wrestling video games. We can talk about merch that we've bought, t-shirts we own, figures that we own, great, you know, meet and greets that we've been to. All of that just strengthens the bond. All of that just makes the relationship like stronger. It's horrible, really horrible. This is one of the worst periods I've ever been through, where I'm at the point where I'm having to really think about, like, what do I do? Like, what do I do? How do I deal with this? Because I mean, if I've got to put up with the summer of Pat, I mean, how do I get through that? I don't know. I mean, people all go, it's just not that serious. It's just not that bad. It's just a bit of fun. But the only thing is, like, I just have to try and watch the rest of it and just stay numb to that bit and just sort of mentally switch off from it. I don't know. But of course, this is all people want to talk about, because people also out there are in the same boat, can't believe that we're doing this and that this is where we are. So yeah, it's bad. I'm sad. It is definitely damaging my excitement, my hype for this WrestleMania. I'd love to be sitting here just, oh my God, I can't wait. But I just don't feel that. I'm still at like my 5.5 kind of range that I was yesterday. So I don't know, man. I don't want to feel that way, but I can't not feel that way. Like, that is how I feel. So I don't know. This is turning into a therapy session. I'd like to thank everyone attending today. You're all my therapists, and hopefully I can be some of your therapists as well. So you're not alone if you are struggling with the hype. You're not alone if you're not enjoying that story. You're not alone if you've been a bit frustrated with the creative recently. You're not alone if you are concerned. Like, I hear you. I'm with you. I share in those concerns. Daze, is there a noticeable price difference on the Saturday and Sunday? Some people seem to be boycotting the Pat night. Seems like they could be $50 or like $100 cheaper now. I don't know, to be honest. I don't look at it in that level of detail. I mean, I look at WrestleTix, which is a really good follow when it comes to ticket prices. So if you go over to WrestleTix on X, they did actually just put out some information about WrestleMania. They put it out earlier today, about lunchtime UK time. So on the Saturday, we've managed to sell 2,000 tickets over the last 4 days, so over the weekend, with that 25% off. Again, I have to say this, how many tickets would you have sold just anyway the week before? Because we do see a little uptick as you get closer to the event. There was an uptick last year as well as we got closer to WrestleMania 41. So how many would they have sold anyway? How many would they have sold by announcing 25% off anyway? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I mean, all I can tell you is that I don't think this is that amazing. Like 2,000 in 4 days the week before the show. With 25% off. So they've got 42,700. They're set up for 45,700. That means that there is still, 3,000 tickets left to go. So 1,800 tickets and 1,100 combo tickets. So I think those combo tickets, is that going to be day 1 and day 2? I mean, again, I'm not sure. Even worse for the Sunday where there isn't the 25%. So maybe this gives us an idea of what they would have sold. They've sold 625 in 4 days. So perhaps I don't know if the 25% applied to the Sunday or if it was only the Saturday. I don't know if it was both days. But 625 for that. So if this didn't have the 25%, then, well, there you go. That's how many they would have sold. With the 25%, they got it to 2,100. This day, even with those extra sales, is at 42.7. This day is still ahead at 43.3. Bottom line is they should sell out for their current setup, which is 45,000. But last year, we know they had 60-odd thousands. So, well, there we go. 60,151, right? So that's what they had last year, 60,000. This year, they're at 42.7 with less than a week to go. They'll probably get to the 45. So they're going to be like 15,000 down. But again, they're charging more this year. So, I don't know. I mean, like, there's so many different ways of carving it up. I mean, that's at 43. It'll probably get to the 45, of course. But last year, they were at 61. But you're going to have people saying, I mean, look, it's definitely going to be down on last year, right? Definitely. So it's definitely down on last year. And you're going to have people saying, WWE are dead. You know, they're down on last year, all this. But financially, they'll probably end up making more money than last year. So, do you know what I mean? How do you sort of carve that up? Like, how sad can you be if you've just run the same venue and ended up making more money? The result is you've got less fans in there, but you've made more money. If they cared about the number of fans, they would have the tickets cheaper, wouldn't they? I mean, they would go cheap and they would, sell out. I mean, apparently the number of seats on the map, because obviously this is taken up by the backstage stuff, seats on the map is 68,000. So, I mean, that's the most that they could get, 68,000. So they're going to be like 23,000 down on what they could have sold. Is there lessons to be learnt from this? Well, I would think so. But I don't know how they're going to feel about it. I don't know how TKO are going to feel about it. I don't know. I mean, obviously, they want to sell out. And they want to sell out at the high price. They haven't done that. So they're going to be down in that regard. But if that number comes out that they've now set a new record, financial record, they made more money from this than they've made from any other show in history. That's a hard thing to be down on, isn't it? So I think the tickets are frustrating, to be honest with you. I think that's quite a frustrating conversation because it would be nice for us to say high ticket prices result in disastrous sales. High ticket prices mean that fans just don't go. But the truth is, there's a lot of rich people. There's a lot of people that can go. Life isn't fair. And there's a lot of people that can attend. And there's a lot of people that can spend those thousands and thousands to get ringside tickets or first 5 row tickets or sit on the floor. The flooring stuff. They can go to those. And, your average fan obviously is going to struggle with that. So, yeah, this is where we are, I feel sorry for anyone that looked into it and couldn't afford it. I feel sorry for those people. And there's obviously no sign that it's going to get easier as we move forwards. So it is what it is. That's the only way you can look at it, really, is it is what it is. The Toby said, it's another factor of supporting your club in England. You stick with it through thick and thin and hope it turns around. That's a great comment, that is, Toby. That's a great comment because that is how I feel. I feel like this is my club. And I think that's hard for some to understand. But yeah, we've been through thick and thin. There's a video doing the rounds on social media, actually, that shows what WWE was up to in 2019, just reminding people how bad it was. And it's kind of gone viral as people have maybe seen what was happening for the first time or are being reminded. And people are like, oh, yeah, no, I forgot it was this bad. And so, you know, we've been through those times. We've been through the pandemic times. We've been through WrestleMania 36 that was in the Performance Center in front of no people, which was far from ideal, but we understood. We've been through the new generation where they were just lost. They just did not know the right way forward. I mean, they were just fumbling around. Obviously, what they needed was the Attitude Era, but they didn't know that at the time. And so, you know, we were doing all this nonsense. And so, you know, we've kind of been through that. We've been through the beginning of the PG era. We've been through the relaunch of ECW. We've been through NXT in its first incarnation when it was rookies and pros. And there was some all right stuff there, but I mean, not as good as what it became when it was its own brand. So, you know, we've been through that. We've been through the Authority era. We've been through the Invasion. We've been through those cringe storylines like Katie Vick, right? Stuff like that. We've watched lots of bad performers over the years. Great Carly, you could argue, and Giant Gonzalez kind of come to mind. But, you know, we've been through all of these things. And actually the highs and the lows are things that you can kind of reminisce on, right? I mean, I'm sure we'll look back on this and reminisce and go, God, do you remember? Do you remember when we had that Cody Randy thing? We put Pat in the middle of it. Ooh, you know, I'm sure that it'll be kind of looked back on and reminisced on. But yeah, it's a perfect way of summing it up. This is your club. This is who you support. You support them through thick and thin. You don't want to be a fair weather fan that just kind of goes away when the bad times hit. And that's how I feel about Man U. I mean, when I grew up, Man United were like the best team and like winning everything. And, you know, I loved being a Man United fan because we were winning the league and like we had all the best players and it was just so good and exciting. And, you know, one year you might finish second, but then you knew next year you'd be right in the mix. And, you know, it might be your year next year. And so I loved it. But that ended when we had our great manager retire. And, you know, Man United have not won the league now for like 13 years. It's been a long time. And they've had success, but nowhere near like it was. You know, they've absolutely been left behind. And I'm all right with it. Because I sort of feel like I deserve this. I had it so good when I was a kid that I sort of deserve this now. This now is the period where I prove that I am a Man United fan, because I loved what I had in the 90s going into the 2000s, and now it's been really hard. I mean, we've been battered by Liverpool, Man City, so many different clubs have beaten us comprehensively. I think we finished like, I can't remember, was it 15th last year? I mean, we were in completely the wrong part of the table. But this is where, like, you know, you prove that, no, I'm a proper fan. I ain't leaving now, right? And I suppose in a way, this is where you prove you're a proper WWE fan. Like, I ain't leaving now. But equally, you want to send a message, don't you? Even in Man United, there's people that don't go to certain games because they want to send a message to the owners of, we're not happy. You know, you're not investing enough in the team, or we need a new stadium, or you're taking too much money out the club. And so, you know, even Man United fans will protest and avoid certain games and, you know, try to send messages even though they love the club. And kind of feel a bit like that at the moment, honestly. Like, I'm never going to go away forever. But we were saying the other day, weren't we, like, would we be willing to not watch a SmackDown to send a message? And yes, 100% yes. Yes, I would be willing to skip a SmackDown. So if everyone was doing it and it was all going to be like, you know, a big movement and it was a big thing of like a message to TKO, make no mistake when that number comes out and it's in the gutter, make no mistake as to why that's happened. And we can do it again as well. because you don't have the power. We have the power, right? And if that was to happen, I would stand completely with people on that. I would stand firm on that. And I would not stream, and I would not watch the show. And I would be, standing shoulder to shoulder with people. And that's kind of mentally where I am. And it's kind of crazy to think that, this is where we are. But you're completely right. I would never walk away forever. I'd never be like completely done with this. But because it's very similar to like supporting a team. Armando said it's going to be a bit weird watching WrestleMania with a half-filled stadium. Hopefully they can sell out in 4 days. Well, they'll sell out to the 45,000, and there'll be obviously topped off areas. But I don't see them like actually opening up new sections or getting to that 60. The amount of seats available if they were to get rid of all the top. You've obviously got the stage, which is eliminating part of the stadium. But if you got rid of all the rest of the top, 68,000. At the moment, they're at like 42, 43. So, I mean, they ain't going to get to 68. They'll get to the 45. Maybe they open up a section if there's a lot of late walk-ups that gets them to 50. Don't know. But it's definitely going to be down on where they were last year. Who Dat Saints J said when Villa got relegated it hurt and we suffered for like 3 years. We were in the second division, but it got better. That all came through change, and that's what's needed. Change. Yeah, it's good. I agree. And for those fans that stuck with it, like they're eating good now. Villa are right up at the top of the table. They're in a much better position, and they're back. So yeah, it's you're right. It's life, isn't it? You can't expect anything to just be plain sailing all the time. There's going to be ups and downs. There's going to be good and bad. And that's part of life. I suppose it's a test in a way as to how do you respond to those challenges. And that's maybe, just part of life, really. Daze, if we ran a wrestling show, would we be happy with a super high attendance, like selling out arenas and stadiums? Or would we be happy about the money coming in like TKO is doing? Miss Dell Jr., shout out to you. If I ran a wrestling show, because I am a fan of wrestling and I've always been a fan of wrestling, I think that I would want the high attendance, of course. There is a truth, though, and that is that you do have to make sure that you are making money to obviously not only cover the costs, but you're going to need that rainy day money, because there's going to come times where the business is going to take a downturn and you're going to need some money in the bank, no pun intended, to get you through some periods, I mean, if you just have enough to cover the expenses and then there's a downturn and you've got no financial backup, I mean, that could be you done. I mean, if you've got no cash flow, that's how most businesses go out, is that they just don't have enough money to then reinvest into the business to get them through tough spells. And that's how, a lot of businesses fail. So it's hard, isn't it? Because when is enough money enough money? Like, I don't have the answer to that. And actually in business, the answer is there never is enough money. Like, there is no enough money. But like, I don't think that's true, because we're seeing that you are now hurting the fan base. Like, we're seeing that there's people that would want to go to shows that can't. And, things are getting more and more expensive. And so, in America right now, you need to have USA Network, Netflix, ESPN Plus. I mean, again, I'm so fortunate being in the UK where I have Netflix and that's all I need. But like in America, you need CW Network, USA Network, ESPN Plus, Netflix. You just needed Peacock, but you don't need that now, so that's good. So you had all these different places that you had to go to, and that was going to work out at being X amount a month. And then, everything else with everything else going up with ticket prices and merch and all that stuff. So it's hard, really, really hard. Where do you draw the line? Where do you say, no, that's enough now? There's no doubt in my mind that I would want to make this affordable. I would be really upset to hear that there was people out there that were not being able to attend the shows and kids were missing out. And that would really bother me, because I was that kid. And I'm sure many of you were that kid as well, that went to school and could not wait for the bell to ring, because you were straight out, straight home, quickly get changed, and oh my God, we're going to the wrestling, right? I was that kid. So the idea that that's being taken away from people is heartbreaking. Yeah, genuinely heartbreaking, because we didn't have much money when I was growing up. It was really just trying to get food on the plate type stuff. And we had enough where we could go to a car boot and I could have a couple of pound of a weekend, right? It wasn't a shed that I was living in or anything. I was very fortunate, but we certainly didn't have enough for Sky Sports, and we didn't have enough to be buying stuff whenever we wanted it. And we didn't have enough for all that stuff. I had to get stuff secondhand from car boots if I wanted a videotape or a figure or whatever. And I think that, being my background, means that genuinely I would want people to be able to go. So I think it's an easy thing to say, but I think hopefully I can back it up with my history and the journey I've been on. But the caveat would be, you do need to make sure you're covering the costs and getting some put aside, because that's just good business sense. You're going to need that cash flow. You're going to need that money at some point. TKO have got plenty of money. They've got money coming in from UFC as well. So, and again, when do you reach the point of that's enough? You don't need all of this. I don't know. It's a hard one, that. Let's try and go down and hit these super chats. So, Florida Man, shout out to you, my friend. And Anarchy Vortex, thank you, buds. Jared said, I hope not, but are we going to see a double turn with Ober Brock? Oh, I really would not expect that. I'm really not expecting that. That will be a real out of the blue moment, because, Brock's got the whole Janelle Grant stuff, which is still sort of lingering. Ober has got the fans loving doing the walk and all of this. I can't see why they would want to do that. That doesn't make much sense to me at all. Ober is over, and I don't see why we would want to faff around with it. So, no, not anticipating that. It's Bryn again, says 18 months, baby. Hello, chat. Hope everyone's well. And you, Daze. Hello, it's Bryn again. Shout out to you, my friends. Hope life is treating you well. Jared said, I'm going to say it again. Speed and Pat before Tiffany and Julia. Yes. The only thing is that, obviously, could you have put one of those women in Pat's place? You maybe could have, but I don't think that's how people would have wanted to have used them. Speeds, again, could you have put one of those women in that spot? Well, you could have, but it would have changed the match. Listen, I'm in agreement with you. We've got celebrities rather than wrestlers. That's the core point. But I don't know that their involvement has prevented specifically Tiffany and Julia. And plus also, there's 7 matches on night 1. There's 6 on night 2. Why don't you just put Tiffany Julia on night 2? If you're not going to do the EO match, and maybe they will. We don't know. We don't know what's going to get announced on Friday. There is still an opportunity for a match to be announced. I don't know. I don't know what the flip has happened there. Why is Io Asuka not at WrestleMania? That is a very good question. And I don't see what the answer could be. The only thing is if there's an injury. But that doesn't really make much sense because Io's been wrestling. So has Asuka got a niggle that we just don't know about? That would be... But then if that was to be the case, then, you know, people would be like, well, why don't you do Io Julia? Just have Io challenge Julia. Julia's seemingly okay. Why don't you do Io Julia for the championship? Have Julia say she's going to do an open challenge. She's going to do an open challenge at WrestleMania. She's going to put a championship on the line. Like Chelsea wants it. Tiffany wants it. Whoever wants it, right? Come and get it. I'm going to do an open challenge. And then you have Io answer that challenge. And you do Io Julia. Again, why don't you do that? Again, it's hard to say because we don't know what the plan is. They might end up doing something. But at the moment, the one day has got 7, the other has got 6. Sunday feels like it could accommodate another match. El Sausage Rollador, hello, says, if TKO needs seat fillers, then I'm happy to help. Oh, well, maybe they will get some seat fillers in. They need about 20,000. So 20,000 seat fillers. So, I mean, they could fill it up, I would imagine, fairly easily in the sense of just say to the wrestlers right now, how many comps do you want? They've not been giving out comps, but, I mean, now they could give out comps, couldn't they? Complimentary tickets to the wrestlers. I'm sure they'd, you know, you do that, you'd easily get another 1,000, couple of thousand in. Just comps. I mean, you're not making any money from it, but at least the stadium would make some money. At least the stadium would make money from drinks, and maybe you'd make money from merch. I mean, it's got to be in your interest to have more people there because you'll sell more merch. I mean, think about it. If you've got 45,000 tickets sold, that is going to be a large percentage of people traveling to Las Vegas. That means more people for WWE Worlds. That means more people potentially going to your club night. That obviously means more potential sales at the Superstore and the merch at the stadium. If you're down on people going, that is going to have a knock-on effect to your other activities. You know, that's less people going to the Superstore, less people buying merch at the stadium, less people going to the club nights and any other events that you've got going on. So, yeah, a lack of people, I mean, it has knock-on effects in several different ways. So, El Sausage Rollador, shout out to you, my friends. Just put the superstar matches on go-home shows and celebrities at Mania, said Manny. Mayweather, Big Show stole 24. We need more celebrity matches, says Manny. Wrestle with Andy, said Daze. What figure reveals are we hoping to get? Well, you know me. I love those WWE Superstars figures. So those are the ones I always kind of keep an eye out for. I think they've done a really good job, actually, of doing the Mattel stuff. I think the Mattel releases for the normal lines have been very, very good. The one I always wanted was Bull Nakano, and we got that. So, I mean, that's fantastic. I suppose in a way we are getting to the point where it's like getting a bit harder now to know kind of what's missing and kind of what we need in the line, because they've been making figures, Mattel, for 16 years. They got that license in 2010. So, yeah, Kona Crush was one that I was always interested in. Repo Man was one I was always interested in. Demolition I wanted back in the line. Bull Nakano I always wanted. And I think we've got pretty much all of those. I don't know about a Repo Man, but a Repo Man may have been shown. But really anything, you know me, I love that golden era. Anything kind of going from the late 80s into the early 90s. You know, a Rick the Model Martel would always be interesting. I think actually because of Bray, a Waylon Mercy would be good, because Waylon Mercy was a big influence on Bray, and we've never had a Waylon Mercy. Whether that would sell or not, I'm not sure, you know. Maybe a Cyndi Lauper could be fun. They did a Wendy Richter, So maybe that could be fun. Maybe a Leilani Kai. I'm not desperate for a Leilani Kai, but that could be fun. I'll tell you one that I would. I'll tell you one I would love, and I don't think I've ever had. No, we've never had. Buddy Rogers. Buddy Rogers is WWE's first ever champ, and he didn't hold it that long. But, massive star of the 1950s into the early 60s. He had that championship. He was the first champion. It was he who Bruno Sammartino beat. So a Buddy Rogers figure with that OG belt, which they did make. Bruno has it in one of the packs. So they've made that belt, which was Buddy's belt. It was his United States Championship belt. It had his picture on it. So they've made the belt from when Bruno won against Buddy Rogers, but they've never made Buddy Rogers. So I like all those things, I'd imagine a lot of other people would be like thinking more Val Venus or something from the Attitude Era. I think we've pretty much got the whole Nation of Domination. So I think we've probably pretty much got all of those. We've had, things like Boogeyman. I'm just trying to think of some of the more quirky characters like the Paul Burchells. The Deuce and Dominoes, the Billy and Chucks, those kinds of names. But I think the Buddy Rogers for me would be one that I'd really like. It used to be Bull Nakano, but honestly, it's the Superstars line that I care the most about. They're the ones that I really collect. So I just hope to see some good releases for those. I'm not expecting to see any, though, because I don't think they tend to show those at WrestleMania, because they only do so many releases a year. And I think we've already got the next set kind of scheduled. I'm just having a look at Wrestling Shop, because I know they carry the line. This is where I tend to get them from. Yeah, here. So let's go over. These are the figures, right? These are the ones with the... So, I mean, I love them because I love the packaging. And it's the characters I care about. It's Boss Man when he was in blue. It's, Kurt when he first arrives. Razor Ramon, Brutus Beefcake, Tatanka, early Rey Mysterio, Bret Hart with the jacket with Jim. You got Hart Foundation, Cactus Jack, Eddie Guerrero from LWO, Jake the Snake, Ricky Steamboat, The Great Muta, Diesel, Zeus the Iron Sheik, early Stone Cold, Nikolai Volkov, George the Animal Steel, Ultimate Warrior when he was IC champ, The Hurricane, Rob Van Dam, Steiners, Demolition, Hacksaw. And then these are the ones that are coming soon. So the ones that are out in June, I think this is the only ones left to be released. We don't know what's coming after this. So this is why I'd like to see some more. But at the moment, we've got Dusty with the polka dots. We've got a different version, like a Ministry of Darkness Undertaker. We got Mankind's, and that's a good one. Jesse the Body Ventura. That's a good one. So Jesse Ventura's goods. But like Pedro Morales, a Bob Backlund's, those kinds of names. I don't think we've had a King Kong Bundy or a Big John Studs. I'd like one of those in this line. Well, I don't think we've had women. I don't think we've had any women. I'd like a Miss Elizabeth in this line. I'd like a Sensational Sherry in this line. So there's lots I want in this line. I want this line to keep going. I mean, I think it's such a fun line to collect because they only do like 4 figures in a set, and they only do about 4 sets a year. So financially, it's actually quite good to be able to just, keep up with. Like the other ones, all those other figures that you get in Smith's, the main line, it's so overwhelming. And plus also they do 50 different Seth Rollins and 50 different John Cena's and 50 different Roman Reignses. And there are some repetition here. There is a bit of repetition here as well. They did 3 Hogans, and there's already been an Undertaker. And obviously there's already been a Cactus Jack. So, there is repetition here, but it's not as bad as the other line. I feel like they only do it because they want to have a Seth on the shelf at all times, a Roman on the shelf at all times, a Cody Rhodes on the shelf at all times. And in order to do that, they have to keep releasing new figures. So, yeah, I love that line. Feel free to let me know, what are you hoping to see at WWE Worlds? Apparently Rhea Ripley is going to be there. She's going to be part of the reveal because I think they're going to be showing off a new doll. They're actually working on a doll for Rhea Ripley. I wonder if I've got the picture of it. It might be on Mattel Creations. There is a doll. I think it's different to like the figures. I might not be able to find it. Don't know. I think it's on Mattel Creations. Yeah, there we go. Oh, it's definitely different. It's £88 different. It ships in December, and I think they're going to be showing this off. It's 11 inches tall with 13 points of articulation. This is the figure. I mean, if you click it, it's very detailed. I mean, you would expect that for £88. I suppose in a way this is like the ultimate. This is £88 worth of collectible. It's obviously got all the tattoo detail. It's got amazing soft goods. I mean, look at the shading on the ring gear. You've got all the decals that you would want as well. I mean, it comes with a championship belt. I'm not sure about that belt, to be honest. Looks a little weird, but it just looks different to the ones the other figures get. But this might have to be a different scale to work with this. Got the choker as well. I can't even quite see what it says on the choker, but it does have a choker. I don't think it says mommy or anything. I'm not sure what it says. I mean, it's good. The detail, look at the buckles and all this stuff. I mean, it is good. There's the boots. Comes with a display stand, championship belt, swappable hands. I mean, it is classed as a doll. I don't know how you feel about that. And it's £88. But, do you know what, right? If this is going to be a new line, and it's just going to be, like, the only one you need to get. Like, you don't need to get 50 different Rheas with all the different... Just get this one. And then they'll do one for Roman, and they'll do one for Seth, and they'll do one for Cody. Maybe this is like the future of collecting, where you just get one item, it ticks the box, I've got my Rhea, done. You know, this is the ultimate, this is the best, this is it, right? I don't need anything else. Don't need any other Rhea figures. I don't have any desire to play with them. I'm not trying to do matches. I just want the detail. This is the one. Bang. So she's going to be at the Mattel stall, and I believe that she's going to be there to promote that, because obviously that is a new line. I don't think we've ever done this before. These kind of collectible dolls. We have done dolls before, going back a number of years, but they were not this quality, and they were not this price point, and they were not this detailed. So this is something a little bit different. Sure Days, looking at the shading, said, Wes, hello Wes, hope you're well. Yeah, Danhausen figure, people are saying, oh, you're getting it. You are absolutely getting it. They are no doubt working on that right now. Whether they'll have, they can show off computer renders, but they won't have a figure. Maybe there'll be an uncolored head prototype or something. But I mean, from start to finish, it takes around 11 to 12 months. From the moment they start work to the moment it's in the shops, it's about 11, 12 months. So I'm not sure that the figure Danhausen will be there, but yeah, you'd obviously get him on. I mean, of course. It seems Joplin and Mizzou have got going more tornadoes. I'd like a Giant Gonzalez Ultimate. That's my dream figure, said Wrestle with Andy. Oh yeah, I'd take a Giant Gonzalez. I'd take a Giant Gonzalez. I had his Hasbro. Matteo said Daze, Trick, Ober, Javon. They were in the main event last year at Stand and Deliver on April 19th. Now they're stepping into Wrestlemania in major matches. What a difference a year makes, says Matteo. Saints J said the Drew video that you had in Unseen is goated. It's a brilliant video. He is great on socials. Yeah, I agree. To be honest, I don't normally put in videos that are that long. If ever there's a video that's backstage, Danhausen, a little social media thing, I really have like a minute as my kind of max. If it's 110, 120, fine. But like, I'm really not looking going 140, 150, 2 minutes. Like, for me, I try to do Unseen like around 20 minutes or less. So if something's going to be 2 minutes plus, it's obviously going to eat up quite a bit of time. I think this one clocked in at two minutes something. But I agree with you. It was so entertaining. And there was quite a few points that he made in it that I was like, oh, God, yeah, I just can't. I can't not have that in. Like, it's really entertaining. It's really, really good. So I agree with you. I thought it was so good. I actually made a bit of an exception for it where I would not normally put a video in of that length. But he was excellent. Very entertaining. Talking about some do's and don'ts if you're going to go and meet the wrestlers this week. And it was really, really good in it. Really entertaining. Okay, we are about 11 minutes away, so we are getting closer. We'll be underway with NXT very soon. So, yes, we've put Unseen out for those that haven't seen it yet. That's up on the channel. We did a quick member stream. That was fun, actually. I really enjoyed playing those games. We're back tomorrow for members, where we're actually going to be looking at members' predictions for WrestleMania, so we're doing that tomorrow. Also, tomorrow we'll be back with Evolve. I noticed my Evolve thumbnail had gone. It's showing like a standby thumbnail. I need to fix that. I don't know why that's happened. I did not delete it or anything, so I need to fix that for tomorrow. So Evolve we're doing tomorrow. I need to set up the streams for Friday. Yes, we're doing the kickoff show. Yes, we're doing SmackDown. Yes, we're doing Hall of Fame. Long day. The weekend's already set up. If you haven't left a like on those streams, I'd really appreciate it, because obviously, you know, this is about as big as it gets. So we're hoping that we can try and get 1,000 likes on each one. So, I mean, if we can get a good start on that, that would obviously be a big help. So if you haven't left a like on those streams, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated. They are set up. They are ready to go. And I'm starting to feel a little bit better about, like, being ready for this weekend. Still a few bits to sort, though. Big Time said Daze, SmackDown got greatly adjusted. That number was 1412. The breakdown was 142, 165, and then 116 for the Jade EO main event. That's actually, I was thinking it would be about that. I think it was a really hard one to kind of get a gauge of. They did 1.5 for the... They did 1.5 for the big who's on the phone reveal. And in my mind, there was a lot of disappointment at that, and there was a lot of people that said they were going to stay away after that. But I think people will have wanted to have tuned in to have seen, how are they going to fix this? I also think he was teasing a big announcement, which turned out to be, of course, the reduction in ticket pricing. And WWE teased the Royce Keys debut. So in my mind, I was thinking, don't think it's going to crash. I don't expect it to... there was no statement, right? There was no movement of I'm staying away. There was just the odd person saying it. So that says to me, okay, there's no big kind of movement. I think people were hoping that they were loud and WWE were going to hear and that they would change course. And unfortunately, you don't know what they're going to do until you tune into the show. So I was thinking, right, I think you're going to have peeved some people off. You've definitely got some people staying away, but I think people are going to want to see how you respond. So in my mind, we're going to go down. We're not going to go down too much, but we are going down. And so if it's come out as like 1.4 something, I can buy that. I can buy that. I think people would have tuned in to have seen, right, what are you going to do? How are you fixing this? What's the pivot? I think WWE will be okay with that number. I don't think they'll be down on that number. I think they'll be okay with that number. I can understand that number. And yeah, on we go. On we go. So, interesting. Big time, thank you. That obviously just coming through. That was not available earlier for Unseen. Jared said, I always wondered why they changed Julia and Tiffany on SmackDown for the US title, and then all of a sudden it wasn't. Are they, like, saving it for WrestleMania? I don't know. I mean, like, who won that match? I can't even remember who won the match. I mean, could it be a case that they were planning on having Tiffany win, but they didn't want to be putting the belt on her? Was it a case was there outside interference? Because I can't even quite remember as to what happened with it. That whole thing is just flat, dead, done. It's clearly a change in the plans, isn't it? It's clearly a change in the plans because they did announce it as being for the title, and then when we got to it, it wasn't. So clearly they've pivoted and changed plans. I don't know that WrestleMania was necessarily connected, but there was word today that about a month and a half ago, Julia was on the plans to defend against Tiffany and Jordan. I think, was all that stuff after that, though? I think the truth is the plans have just changed a lot. And, you know, I'd imagine that where we've ended up is certainly not where we started out. And maybe they're just a bit of a victim of that. Denise, hello. Daze, with celebrities at WrestleMania, what do we think about Sammy Johnny? I thought it was great, funny, and entertaining. I was not a fan of Johnny being in the match. You know, I'm just not a fan of celebrities kind of getting involved in matches. I think it was a bit of a low point for Sammy in the sense of he actually went to Roman after that loss and said, like, I'm a laughing stock, I'm a joke. I can't even, you know, I'm losing to celebrities at WrestleMania. I need help. You know, I need some momentum. I need something. And this was actually how we got him into the bloodline. Some people might not remember, but that was the nucleus of how we started moving him towards getting into the bloodline. He wanted to rebuild his pride, if you will, right? I think it really depends how you want to look at it, right? I'm having to tread carefully because you told me you liked it, so I was not a fan. I was not a fan because I like Sammy. I think he's a credible wrestler. I didn't need him really being in there with a celebrity. I thought the mousetrap thing at the end looked bad. Didn't even work properly. There were moments of the match that I enjoyed when I was watching it. Like, I like Jackass. So seeing Wee Man appear, Party Boy appear, like, I pop for those because I like those guys. But I think, like, I would have probably appreciated it more if Sammy had murked them, you know? Party guy comes out and he's, like, driving away, and, like, Sammy just, like, maybe actually if it had been, like, an Ober type in there, you know, and, like, he just, like, smashes him with a clothesline. I remember, actually, didn't they put Steve-O in there with Umaga? And I think, like, back in the day, and Umaga did exactly that, was, like, hitting Samoan drops on Steve-O, and Steve-O was like seriously hurt, and he was like holding his ribs and all of this. Like, I think I would have, if you've got to have him at WrestleMania, I think I would have booked it a slightly different way. Certainly would not have had the wrestler lose. I would have made the wrestler look stronger. I don't know if they rehearsed the mousetrap moment and it maybe worked better in rehearsal than it looked on the night. But yeah, it's one of those, isn't it? I mean, if you want to turn your brain off and just watch it and just have a laugh, I get why people enjoyed it. But I didn't need it. I didn't need it. I didn't... I wouldn't have booked it that way. And I can understand why people enjoyed it. I mean, it's probably inoffensive because it was such a silly match that it's like, come on, we don't need to be too serious about this. This isn't like Pat, who's coming out there talking seriously and being like, I'm going to save wrestling and hijacking the main event. You know, this was a flipping jackass match. There was a giant hand that slapped Sammy out of nowhere. Do you know what I mean? You had Wee Man, Party Boy kind of coming out. And I mean, like, it was just nonsense. It was silly. And it's one of those where it's like, if you do try and properly analyze it, you sound a bit silly in response, right? You sound a bit silly because you're trying to analyze something that was just a load of nonsense. And it was just a load of silliness. But, fine. It was one of that. I mean, like, again, trying to find the words is tricky because I wasn't crazy about it. It's not something that I look back on fondly. I think that I would have booked it different if we had to do it. But equally, I can understand why people got something from it. Let's put it that way. I can understand why you enjoyed it. And yeah, fine. That's fine. Everyone's entitled to their opinion. But it is like when people say, oh, we've had celebrities at WrestleMania all the time, people didn't complain. It's like, excuse me. I've been here all along. You know, that's one that I could have done without. 45 seconds ago, Jared said, I always wondered... Oh, we read that one. Always wondered why the Julia-Tiffany situation. Okay, here we go then. 30-odd seconds to go. And we're about to get underway. This looks to be a really good show. If you are just joining us, this is NXT Revenge. And we are dealing with a very good lineup. This is the breakdown. Lola against JC. It's right up my street. Tony against Ethan. Not so much up my street, but still up my street. I think we need Tony to feel legit. I think a good win here hopefully is going to help achieve that. At the moment, he doesn't feel like the best male performer. Like, normally you put the belt on the guy, the best person. I don't quite feel that way about Tony yet. I think I could do. This is that sort of sink or swim situation. Big win here for him will help with that. Joe Hendry in concert. Too Strong Armstrong making her debut. Jada Parker takes on Kehlani Jordan. So this is our breakdown and should make for a very fun episode. So here we go. Then, now, Forever Together. We are starting out. Let's go. Emruz, shout out to you, my friends. Hope you're doing well. Together. Oh, hello. Cloudy skies. We're just seeing JC upset after losing her championship. So this is a different intro. There's Lola. Well, it's a very dramatic beginning, isn't it? There's no voiceover or anything. It's just showing how we have got to these matches. First ever NXT Revenge. Never heard of this name before. Billy said, I've been watching wrestling since WrestleMania 5. I think WWF was terrible from like 93 to 95, I agree. Attitude Era started and revolutionized the industry. It's about entertainment. There's too many angry fans, but we need to let it play out. Well, I hear you. I disagree. I mean, I don't find this entertaining. I don't find Pat's involvement entertaining. I don't find him entertaining. Like, watching it play out is not going to work for me, and I think there's a few people in that kind of boat as well. So I would maybe just push back on that final part. But, because I agree with you, this is entertainment. Like, it's meant to be fun. It's meant to be enjoyable. But there's a lot of people that are not having fun and are not enjoying this at the moment. And again, you know, could the story go somewhere that makes it more fun? Well, yes, it could for, I'd say, a lot of people. I'd say for a lot of people out there, it's probably good advice. But I know how I feel about it. I'm very much just numb to this story, and you could bring The Rock out, you could bring Stone Cold out, I just would not care. I'm done with it. You've really derailed my excitement for this WrestleMania. But yeah, I hear you. That 93, 95 period was very challenging as we were trying to find that kind of next Hulk Hogan. A lot of people mention 2019 as well as being like another historic low. Okay, we got Jada making her way down. Here comes Kehlani. But Billy, shout out to you. If you are able to be one of those people, I've subscribed to you, by the way. If you're able to be one of those people that can just ride with this and I'll see where it goes and it works for you, honestly, that's fantastic. I would imagine there's quite a few that are in that boat. Kehlani in the ring with Jada. Opening match about to get underway. Okay, bell is sounded. We're underway. We got Kehlani. I like all the graphics. They look really good. I like that big revenge on the screen, and I like the kind of lighting they've used on the crowds. These two do not like each other. We've seen plenty of heated exchanges between these. Over against the ropes goes Kehlani. Jada in control. Pushes Jada back. Jada pushes Kehlani to the outside. Kehlani getting back in. Goes over. They lock up again. The fans are in fine voice tonight. They're all excited. Oof. Kehlani pulling on the arm there of Jada. Jada crashing into those ring ropes. I think the fans fully behind Jada Parker here. Up goes Kehlani. Kehlani goes over. Jada rolls through. Kick coming in. Stupid. Calls her stupid. Goes against the ropes. Grabs the headlock. I like the trash talk in between these two. Headlock is in at the moment. Both getting back up to their feet. Nice headlock takeover by Jada. Kehlani goes down. Again, grabbing the head again. Big Migs said six letters, one word. Cheeks. Cheeks. Okay, we got a bit of a roll here. Okay, shots coming in there by Kehlani. There's like an NXT band leader when it comes to flipping the chants. You got someone shouting, you got other people responding. It's very different culture to what we have over here, where people just all chant together. Over against the ropes goes, okay, nice reversal. Nice change of direction there by Jada. Shoulder tackle by Jada. It's a fast pace, isn't it? Straight out the gates. Big back body drop. Kehlani goes down. Jada in the ring. It's going to the outsides. Legs get taken away there by Kehlani. Jada crashes down. Kehlani is up she goes. Ooh, almost into those ring steps. Trying to come back, clothesline. Down goes Kehlani. Jada down as well. And I think we might be going to commercial break. Scottish Chris, hello, buds. Hope you're doing well. What's up, Daze? Hope you're well. Got a new pop figure. I got the Bray one, where he's carrying that lantern and it lights up. It's the best pop I've got. I've seen a few people with that. It does look very, very good. I didn't even realise they were doing those kind of things where you could actually light up part of it or something like that. So, yeah, nice. Nice. Kehlani charging over, back elbow by Jada. Kick, well, Jada crashes down. Kehlani going to the outsides. Grabbing the leg of Jada. She's going to look to stomp down. Is she going to stomp on it? Booing away at the moment. They got stuck with the gear. Jada asked if Kehlani was okay on the outside, said Steve. I saw that there was... She kind of had to undo a little, so I didn't hear her say, "Are you okay?" But I saw that they got a little tangled. Cosmic619, hello. Do we think WWE could do well with seasonal breaks? I don't know, to be honest with you. I mean, I feel like there's pros and cons. I sort of feel like wrestling is called a sort of like rhythm, momentum, reps. We're talking a lot about how the lack of house shows are a problem because you're not in that sort of rhythm. So actually there being an off season is probably not great for in-ring. I mean, it would allow the body to heal because a lot of wrestlers are not competing at 100%. They've obviously got little like issues and, you know, sorenesses and, you know, just little things they're having to deal with. I mean, I can't imagine there's too many wrestlers that are waking up feeling fantastic each day. So in that regard, it's like, that would be good. Let the body heal. But then on the other guard, you're kind of getting out of the rhythm even more so than what they are at the moment. I mean, I don't know what an off-season would look like. Are we talking months? I don't think there's too many fans that would want to see that. Because wrestling is also a great escape, isn't it, from real life? So if you have an off-season, you're going to have a lot of fans that are going to be... And the problem as well is, if fans kind of have that way out, like everything ends, you might have certain fans that choose to not come back for the next season. I mean, could you imagine how many people would come back after 2025 season? You know, you might find that the amount of people watching at the beginning of 2026 is a decrease. So, I don't know. I think there's pros and cons to it, but there's no word of it ever happening. I mean, it's not something that's ever happened in WWE. The only thing that we've had have been, like, tape shows over Christmas, where we give people, like, the holidays off. That's probably the closest that we've come to it, and we air just some best-ofs instead. Kehlani is targeting a body part at the moment. To the outside goes Kehlani. She's going to look to wrap that leg around. didn't hear what Kehlani just says. She should have said, Jey Uso, are you watching this? That's what she should have said. Kehlani is back in the ring. We got a chop block there. Down goes Miss Parker. She's over in the corner right now. Face first. And again. Kehlani goes down in the corner. I want fans to yell out yeet whenever Jada does that high step, said Big Migs. I know, man. It's got to be a reference, hasn't there? Someone's got to make a reference at some point. It's too good to ignore. So Jada trying to find a way back into this. Okay, kick out there to Kehlani. She's going over. I don't think Kehlani Jordan has changed. I just think she's smartened up, says Booker. Kehlani in control, keeping Jada grounded. Jada trying to get over to the ropes. She's trying to reach for the ropes, but Kehlani drags her back into the middle. Stomps down on that leg. Jada feeling that. No one does it like me, says Kehlani. Oh, big slap there by Jada. Big slap. Shot coming in by Jada. Kehlani with a kick. Kick coming back there by... No, she grabs the leg. Kick by Kehlani. Kip up by Kehlani. Crowd have gone a little quiet here. Kehlani charging over. Some of Kehlani's work just looks too telegraphed. Jada is up. She's got Kehlani on her shoulders. Samoan drop. There was nothing telegraphed about that. And that's woke the crowd back up. Shoulder tackle there by Jada. And again, Kehlani goes down. Jada against the ropes. Duck underneath, round the back. Oh, that looked great. That looked good. Double knees to the back there of Kehlani. Kehlani with a good sell there as well. Kehlani over in the corner. Jada charging in. Kehlani gets legs up. There's a chop that the crowd enjoyed. It's another chop that comes in. Oh, she didn't high step away. She hobbled away. There's the high step. No. She can't do it, man. She couldn't even quite get the high step going. She's feeling it. She's selling. Okay, to the outside. Kehlani driving Jada into the edge of the ring. Jada in the ring. Kehlani on the outside. Kehlani climbing up. Kehlani. Oh, that looked good. Straight over into a cutter. Jada kicks out. Jada has had a lot of offense. It makes me think Kehlani is going to drive her into that turnbuckle soon. Can't stop, won't stop said the hate over Pat is ridiculous. I don't like Pat, but I won't let it ruin the biggest weekend. Night 2 is going to be fire. Well, that's good. As I said earlier, if people can are not feeling that anger about it on the same level as other people, then that's great. Kehlani is up looking for a crossbody, getting caught by Jada. She's going up. No. Oh. Reversed. Kehlani. Bang. Driven down. Jada. 1, 2. Kehlani gets her shoulder up. She had a handful of boobs there, didn't she? As she was trying to pin her. Jada had her hands right on Kehlani's boobs. Right now we got Jada backing over into the one corner. Kehlani moves out the way. Kick coming in by Kehlani. Jada goes down. Kehlani, split leg, connects. 1, 2, 3. Kehlani wins. Kehlani gets it. Oh my God, you can see her boobs. Reds. Jeez. Kehlani Jordan's got red boobs. We're making out that exposed turnbuckle, knocked her out. I don't know, man. I don't know. It was fine. There were some nice moments. I'm not sure everything landed for me, but... Okay, here's Shiloh. Earlier today, Ricky bumped into Shiloh. Okay, here's Ethan. Okay, so we've got Ricky and Ethan just extending olive branches. I need your help. Oh, if you help me, you can have first crack at it. Okay, they might be on the same page. That should work for Ricky, actually. Help me win that title and you can have the first crack at it. Okay, Joe Hendry's going to address his future. So it is a concert, but he's going to address his future. Let's go. WrestleRants said, the start and stop with Jada is beyond ridiculous. Either push this woman or don't. Enough with the BS. They almost kissed, just like Roman and Punk last night, says Pie. Love a good bromance, said Doug Dilly. Let's go. That's the look of a man who is on his way out, said Robbie. Okay, we are at commercial break. So, first match. You lots are scoring at the moment. And, yeah, we are with a segment breakdown. We're going to get those scores in a second. So, who started that rumor? What rumor? Rumors! Tyler said this does feel like a farewell for a lot of NXT superstars. Well, it would make sense, wouldn't it? This is the last NXT before WrestleMania. We might be seeing some of these on Monday on Raw. We might be seeing some of them this weekend at WrestleMania. So, Robbie said this could be the end for JC, Joe, maybe Ethan. We need Danhausen versus R-Truth, said RTX. Steve said, do we think we might get a few NXT call-ups on the Raw after Mania? Yeah, I'd expect at least one. I mean, there's going to be some surprises. They know that show is a show people really look forward to. The Raw after WrestleMania has been a bit flat, actually, in recent years. I think last year was not too bad. I think they have tried in recent years to make it better, but like I think 2020, 2021, 2022, 2019, I think these were kind of underwhelming. But I think they tried to make like 2024, 2025 a bit better. So I don't know. I'm not sure what we're going to get from it, but I think they will try and make it as fun as possible and have a few surprises on. There's plenty of NXT stars that you can use. You know, Sol Ruka, JC Jane, Ethan Page, Joe Hendry, Ricky Saints. I mean, all of these you can move with. So yeah, I'd expect something. The women's division on the main roster needs some better booking, said Big Migs. They need to stop handicapping their wrestling skills. Let's just call the show NXT SmackDown and move it to Friday, said Toga Bread. I'm down for that. I think there's some good stuff going on NXT. I think there was some all right stuff in that match that we just had. I mean, certainly compared to some of the matches we've been getting on the main roster. Is it true that Sol Ruka is not going to get called up? Don't know. I've heard that she's been discussed and that she's one of the names that has been mentioned. So I've not heard that she isn't. I've heard she's in discussion for being one that will go up. Billy said, I think we should do this rating as bads, okay, good, great, because who really says all time? Well, sometimes you do get all time. It's always been an option, and normally someone votes for it. So I think it's kind of built in now, to be honest. I think if we was to change it, you might start getting slightly different ratings compared to the ones we'd had historically. Because believe it or not, most times all time gets some sort of a vote. But it's just sort of built in that even if there's those people that are going to kind of put all time all the time, it's sort of used to it now. Tyler said Sol Ruka has quickly become one of my favourite women's superstars. Sol Ruka would do well on Raw, says Pi. Okay, we are back from commercial break. We're just seeing the strip in Vegas. Thinking about the names linked with call-ups, given the push Ober Trick has had, we could get Ricky, Ethan, or Joe that could get the same push. Okay, we're just looking back at Sol, Zarya. Big Mig says, Daze, thanks for helping us escape the real world BS. Big Mig, shout out to you, my friends. It's just a shame there's been some wrestling world BS that we've had to escape into, but that's why I think an off-season would not be greatly received by the fans. Because come good or bad, this is always a great way of escaping real life problems. So, Big Migs, I hear you, buds. Okay, a video package just building. I don't know where we're going. Don't find Sol has got much emotion in the telling of this story. It's more like this happens, so this happens. And then this happens, and this happens. If I had this back as like Shawn Michaels, I would make them do it again. It just shows, doesn't it? She's still got stuff she needs to work on. Suzanne said, this is a bit boring. Tribalist said, this is like a PowerPoint presentation. I mean, I would make them do it again. Put some emotion into this. I agree. I think a PowerPoint presentation is a good way of wording it, actually. Doc Holiday said, I've been marked safe from Pat for 27 hours. Doc Holiday, shout out to you, bud. Here's Joe. Say his name and he appears, says Pie. Okay, Joe Hendry making his way down. About a quarter of the way through this show. Marshman said maybe she's checked out of the feuds. Booker T went, Victor! Victor! Vic Joseph went, what? There it is! He loves just messing with Vic Joseph. Okay, there we go. Booker's just having a great time. There ain't no raining on Booker's parade. Okay, so we have Joe Hendry in the ring, and he's going to address his future. I lost the NXT Championship. We might get a Liv Booker T duet, says William. Well, that's the dream, isn't it? That is definitely the dream. Should I stop? Should I quit? Joe says no. We've got good 95 for that first match. Robbie said Soul Zarya would be better as a heated rivalry. It would be better as a heated rivalry. I do like the PowerPoint presentation rivalry, but I think I'm just ready for it to just end. I think I'm ready for no rivalry. Okay, Joe is singing a song. There's no, like, I'm sure there will be, but there's no... It's just a promo in song, really. There's no, like, lines in there, you know? Okay, Keanu Carver's coming down. Keanu Carver... Is this what Joe Hendry's moving on to now? Okay, Keanu Carver's like, nah, there ain't going to be no Joe Hendry concert. He's come down. He's interrupted. Joe Hendry with a guitar. Smashes it over Keanu Carver. Keanu Carver, no sells. Clothesline. Shots coming in there by Carver. I want to see that other guitar smashed. Oh, we got some bloods. Wow, we got some bloods. We got some color. Right now. Charging in. Whoa! Everyone goes into the barricades. Carver. Everyone goes into the barricade. Joe Hendry down. Is that one of those guys, Riggins? Looks a little bit like Riggins. That's it. We're done. We're gone. We're out of there. We're out of there. It is true, Tony was the one that beat Ober. It is. I kind of like that little drone that's over this prone. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. Coming up next, Callie Armstrong debuts. Well, I mean, we're really... I don't know if that first match went a little bit long. It felt like it went too long. It felt like we didn't need that match to go as long as what it did. So I don't think that match needed to be as long as it did. And then it felt like that. I didn't need longer of the concert, right? But I don't know. It's just gone quite quick, isn't it? We've done the concert. He got put through a barricade. Here's Tony saying a few words. Now we're back at commercial break. Like, it's quite quick with the non-match stuff. Yeah. Just blink and you missed it type stuff. So, a lot going on at the moment. I think this could be the end for Joe, said Robbie. What's the point in having one match against Carver unless it's going to be tonight? Daze Ebner said, here's some names that could go into the Hall of Fame. Wow, there's lots of names that could go in. We need to do that this week, actually. Matteo said, Daze, it doesn't say on the preview, but I'm pretty sure we're going to get EK Prosper against that Van Dukes guy in the speed tournament. Okay. I like how Tony D went from Italian mobster to Russian mobster, says Pope Glockness. Who's Callie Armstrong, said Suzanne. She's making her debut. So we've been watching her in Evolve. She's good. She's fast. She's explosive. Too strong. Armstrong is what people like to chant. She's going to be good. She's going to be a really good addition to the women's division. Think she's very athletic. Think like Bianca Belair. She's athletic, powerful. She's not like a beast or anything like that, but she's just... She can handle herself. She's got a bit of attitudes. There's a little bit of Jada Parker in there. A little that sort of like, you know, that's the streets. The streets are in there. So I like her. She's going to be good. Van Dukes is great. I hope to see him perform tonight, says Trem. Oh, Evolve. I don't watch that. Yeah, to be honest, you don't have to. We watch so that we can sort of see that talent that's bubbling under, that's coming through. Like, we were able to watch Kendall Gray, months and months and months before she arrived in NXT. We've been watching Callie Armstrong. We were watching Vanity Project. We were watching Sean Legacy. We were watching Keanu Carver. If you want to know the kind of people that we were watching on Evolve, those were the names. And others, of course. And at the moment now, we're watching Cam Hendricks. We're watching PJ Vassar. There's Wendy Chu around. We're watching Lainey Luck. We're watching It's Gall. It's Gall. We got Van Dukes. We got Starboy. There's a few that are around. WWE has always got good talent coming through, so it's just like this never-ending conveyor belt, isn't it? So you lose some great talent, there's the next great talent coming through. I like Kehlani, by the way. I think Kehlanu's good. I think he's going to be a good talent. Wendy said, what do we think about Zarya? I really like Zarya. I mean, for me, she should be that sort of aura. Her music hits. Oh my God, this is a problem. I don't know why we spent so long making her a friend of Soul. I don't know why we kind of tapped into that. I don't know. I'm not sure what the thought process was there. You know, for me, I love her entrance. I just want to see her come down, hit big power moves, scream out, you know, power slams, body slams, vertical suplexes, big shots, clotheslines, spears, that kind of, you know, high impact stuff. That's what I'd like to just see from her. Matches don't need to be overly long. So, I like her. I do find myself wondering why we kind of treated her the way we treated her. Stephanie's here. Stephanie Vicaire stopping by. Beat Liv. Good luck. Good luck. Here we go. 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 Too strong. Armstrong. Too strong. Armstrong. Oh, that's new. I don't remember us doing this. Callie Armstrong making her way down. We've been getting some vignettes for her. Oh, gas, no brakes. Okay, people are doing this. Is that Skylar Ray? Is that her opponent? Armstrong. Too strong. Armstrong. You can hear a few Evolve fans in the crowd doing the Too Strong Armstrong. It is Skylar Ray that's going to be the opponent. I don't feel great for Skylar Ray's chances here. I've got to think they're going to want Armstrong to get the win. She is a hell of an athlete. Hits the ropes hard. Skylar Ray wants to shake hands. Gets knocked away. Bit of trash talking there by Callie. Imagine Zarya against Callie Armstrong. Proper feud building up to like a big PLE match. Oh, I'd take that. I'd take that. Meat. Skylar trying to throw in a kick to midsection, going against the ropes. Oh, takes Armstrong down. Skylar Ray. She's someone that hasn't quite got going yet, as she came in at the end of last year. Oh my God, what a spine buster! Oh my God, that didn't just bust Skylar's spine. That just busted her ancestors' spines. My God, that spine buster was mental. Armstrong, bang, big spear. Yeah, I mean, look at these power moves. Spine buster, spear, poof. Running, well, kind of running power slam, but kick out there by Skylar. These two wrestled in LFG. She was Danny, says William. RTX said, do we agree that we need a full-blown draft rather than just move a few people around? Yes. Freshen it up. Hit that reset button. Uncle Revel said, Booker T continually makes it harder and harder to enjoy NXT. Surely there's got to be another option for commentary. Jab by Callie. Big right hands. Skylar goes down. 1, 2. Kick out there by Skylar. Coming over, grabbing Skylar. Okay, we got a submission hold, but twisting the head over. Give up. Not sure I'd go for that sort of move, but Chucks her down. Elbow drop by Callie as Skylar moves out the way. Skylar is up, lands down, kick to the midsection. Kick there by Skylar. Chop coming in. Goes for a shot. Skylar against the ropes. Didn't love it. It was like a Thez press, but I didn't love it. Skylar collides into Callie. Skylar against the ropes. Callie picks her up. It's reversed into a DDT. She's having real trouble here, Callie. They're giving Skylar a lot more offense than what I was expecting. Skylar going over to the corner. She's going to look to climb up. Does anyone know the capacity for the PC? The only information I can find is like 300s. Don't know, buds. Don't know that I've ever seen that. Skylar against the ropes. Bang. Lovely. Big power slam. We're picking up speeds. Against the ropes. It's Bron Breaker-esque. Boo! Oh, what a sell by Skylar. That was a great sell. Skylar with that sell. I think he just wanted to check she was okay there because she seemed to roll over on her head. But, man, the speed that she just picked up. There's a guy in the crowd, which they'll love that reaction. A guy in the crowd like, look at it. I don't know how much of that sell she even knew. She ended up kind of flipping over, but like her head was very much involved. Her neck was very much involved. Statement made. Statement made. Okay, we've got Blake backstage with Vanity Project. Let me handle this, Blake. Hondos. Hondos. You're the glamour. They just said, how bad could it be? How about loser has to shave their hair? Let's do something different. We ain't done that in ages. What would really upset Blake? Being made to shave her hair off. Wouldn't really upset Tatum too much. I could see Tatum with a shaved head, actually. Right, yeah, we're doing this one now. That means our main event looks like it's going to be JC. I'm not going to be here Friday. I've got a dance to go to, said Keegan. Oh, Keegan off to the dance. Off to the dance, off to the local discotheque. Yes. Pi said shave hair from what part of the body? All parts. Empower said an Inferno match. Let's go. I'd take an Inferno match. Scottish Chris said, how about the loser has to listen to Pat speak over and over and over? That's not fair. No, we don't wish that on anyone. You know, it's one thing to make them shave their hair, but we can't do that. I wouldn't even wish that on Tony Khan. Matteo said, Daze, they've announced that Lola JC is the main event tonight. Wonder what that means. What does that mean? I think that means Fatal Influence turn on JC Jane. I don't think JC's winning the belt back. So what big dramatic moments are you ending the show with? Are you just going to end it with Lola retains and that's it? Maybe. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's it. But, I don't know, man. I think, like, if JC is going to the main roster on her own and not taking the others with her, you do need some sort of explanation. You got to explain it somehow. Why has she gone and they haven't? So this is why I'm just so adamant there's going to be a betrayal. Plus, there's been lots of seeds planted, hasn't there? There's been lots of times where JC said, I don't need these girls, and they've kind of, you've seen Laney and Fallon behind kind of like looking at each other. So I feel like we've planted a couple of seeds there for dissension. But let's see, shall we? Maybe we're wrong. Perhaps it's just going to be, perhaps JC wins. Perhaps I'm completely wrong. JC wins and she has a 12-month title reign in NXT. Maybe they do what they did with Jasmine when someone attacks, when she got released. Maybe they have Fatal Influence attack JC. Then she leaves after tonight. Matteo, thank you. Scottish Chris said, could we get a debut of someone who, like Lola, wins and then lights go out and it's a new person? I don't know who that would be. I'm not aware of any rumours of anyone new, any new female that's like coming in. I mean, there's a couple of women that have signed, but from like a tryout, but I'm not expecting them to be used on NXT TV anytime soon. So, don't know. I mean, obviously, if it was a guy, we might be like Takahashi, Evil, those kinds of names, but I'm not aware of any female. Obviously, La Catalina just sort of signed with AAA, but I mean, she's being used on AAA. I don't think we're going to bring her in. So, isn't it Nikki Black Market or whatever her name is? That's one of the names I'm sort of thinking of, but I don't think she's going to be a big end of the show type surprise. Do you know who Zilla Fatu is? Yes. Dr. Luchalala said NXT's Mania has passed. I wonder when we get those new faces, says Dr. Luchalala. Is there any news on Britt Baker? Believe she's still under an AEW deal. I think she's still on their roster. I will double check that. But I'm under the impression she's still in... still over there. Where that's the men's roster. Where's the women's roster? Yeah, she's still showing on the roster page. Okay, we've got Trick Willie. So this, I think, is a commercial for the Shawn documentary. Yeah. Heartbreak Kid becoming Shawn Michaels. Okay, we are 50 minutes in, and our next match is Ethan Page versus Tony D'Angelo. Okay, let's get this. Let's get this on. Ethan Page in the ring. Here's Tony. Bump, bump. Okay, good 96 for that last match. Good 96.
Nice work. Keep that momentum going for the next one.
Bump, bump, bump. I like his music. I mean, it feels really big. Feel like a big star. If you didn't normally watch, surely you know that a big star has just come walking out, you know? Tony in the ring. paychecks and championships. Bum, bum. Bum, bum. Okay. I'd love to see Evil on NXT or the main roster, said Scottish Chris. I'm not going to stay around for long because I'm exhausted from volleyball, said Keegan. Okay. Mike Rome doing the announcing as always. This is our NXT Championship match. Oh, there you go. Okay, so both of these just getting their intros. Tony was in a tag team with Bron Breakker, and that's how they were going to be like debuting. But they changed plans just before they kind of debuted. And they've been on these very, very different paths, haven't they? I mean, Tony's had to watch Bron Breakker get all these opportunities. This feels like it's Tony's time, of course. Tony now finds himself as champion in the ring against a very credible opponent, Ethan Page. These are the matches that Tony needs to show he was a horse that was worth backing. That he can go on to achieve great things, just like how Bron Breakker has. I mean, it's undeniable. Tony needs this win. Tony definitely needs this win. He needs to look good in this match as well. Nice slam down there by Tony. Dr. Nucciolala said, this feels like a test for Tony. That he can still make it without that family gimmick. Bruce said, are you from the UK? I am, bud, yeah. That's where I am right now. Shot coming in there by Ethan. Kick to the midsection. Elbow to the back there by Ethan. Coming over, grabbing the arm of Tony. Ethan in the corner. Tony charging in. Knee coming in there by Ethan. We're looking for a suplex. Looks like he's going to try and get him up. No joy. Reversed. Oh, bang. There we go. Suplex. Ethan getting the better of it. Tony down. Oh, here's Ricky. Oh, it's a bit early to... Oh, someone's grabbing Ricky. Oh, Ricky's getting dragged under the ring. Where's Ricky going? Someone grabbed Ricky and pulled him under the... Ricky was like, oh! Tony, double clothesline. Both of these go down. Well, Ricky's been dealt with. He's trying to get... Shiloh. It was Shiloh. Shiloh with a rope. He's got the rope. Shiloh's laughing his head off. He's got the rope around the legs of Ricky. He's dragging Ricky to the back. You don't really expect this from a NXT Championship match. Oh, blimey now. 1, 2, no, Ethan, we're carrying on. He hog-tied him, said Trem. Okay, on the edge of the ring, he's going to get Ethan up on his shoulder again. Ethan gets back in the ring. Tony through the ropes. Kick coming in. That was a crazy AA, said Jordan. It's huge, wasn't it? It's kind of shocking he didn't get the win with it. Nice swinging net breaker on the outsides. Need to change the names, yes. Let's do that as we go to commercial. Shiloh is a future NXT champ. That man screams the future, said Scottish Chris. I'm liking Shiloh every time more that he appears, said Shining Wizards. That was a sweet swinging net breaker, said Jordan. Uncle Steph, shout out to you. Hope you're doing well. Split screen, said Pie. Well, I'm fortunate where we're staying with the action. I think when you get split screen, we stay with it. We've actually got dueling chants right now. We've got Let's Go Ethan. Ethan sucks. Inverted atomic drop. Tony against the ropes, clothesline. Ethan goes down. Tony looking out at the fans, looking out at the crowds. Ooh, sent on, but it didn't look great. 1, 2, shoulder up there by Ethan. Bruce said, I'm from the UK. Thanks for replying. No worries, buds. Bruce, which part of the UK are you in? Over in the corner goes Tony. Tony goes down. Empower said, I wish we'd go back to a time where there was only commercials between matches. Shot coming in there by Ethan. Ethan grabbing Tony, swinging net breaker. Gets it. Okay, right now we got Ethan looking for a headlock. He's keeping Tony down at the moment. I am a famous ladies man guy, said, I seriously thought that Solzaria, the last woman standing match, was this week instead of next week. Yeah, the good thing is we do have Revenge next week as well. I think they know these 2 weeks are a big deal. Obviously, the lead up to WrestleMania, the fallout from WrestleMania. So, 2 weeks of Revenge. Ethan is keeping Tony grounded at the moment. Headlock is in. Ethan has been great in NXT, said Dr. Luchalala. Maybe one more run as NXT champ, but he's done basically everything there is to do. Spawny Boy says, I'm from Anarchy in the UK. Spawny Boy is a Sex Pistol. Steve said, I think since matches back in the day were shorter, it was easier to have commercial breaks in between them instead of during them. Empower said, I hope that Zarya wins that one. She needs to win something or else she is dead in the water. Where said, what do you think about Ricky and Ethan being the next major feud like Triple H Shawn or Cena Orton if it's booked properly? Yeah, I'll be down for it, but I think they're both great talents. I think they're both having fun as heels. One of them would need to go face. So that would be the only stumbling block, is they're both kind of heels at the moment. But, yeah, I mean, they're both top talent, and it could be a really fun story. We got elbows coming in. Bruce said Stoke-on-Trent. Oh, very good. I'm not too far from there, actually. I'm over Telford way, so about half an hour. Down goes Tony. 1, 2, shoulder up there by Tony. Ethan in control. Duran said, out of the 14 commercial breaks on Raw last night, 7 of them were during matches. Tremendous power slam, said Jordan. Are we back from that commercial break yet? Yes. Okay, we are into... We've had an hour of this show already. I mean, that has flown by. That has gone by really quick. Headbutt by Tony, just as Ethan threw in a shot. Nice suplex. Tony charging over, collides into Ethan. Chucking him around, now looking for a German. Tony all fired up at the moment. Tony going over against the ropes. Was that a bit of a headbutt to the midsection by Tony? 1, 2, shoulder up by Ethan. Shoulder up. Daze, it might be me, but I've struggled with NXT. I really tried with Keanu and Jasper, but it's not grabbing me. Legacy, Elio LaFleur getting injured at the most important transitional phase. Standing down. Shot coming in there by Tony. I don't understand. Why did they fire her? I saw it on Instagram. Who's this? I don't know who we're talking about. Going over against the ropes. Bang. Down we go. Nice. 1, 2, Tony. Kick out by Ethan. Right now we got Ethan down. Tony standing over Ethan. Can someone confirm? I don't know what we're talking about. I don't understand. I thought they were using her in a soul story. I don't know what you're talking about. Zarya faces Soul next week. There's an article on Instagram. Oh, that'll be... If you talk about Soul being fired or something, that'll be rubbish. Blimey, now, if you're getting your news from Instagram, come on. There are places you just don't bother getting wrestling news from. And there is tons of fake news out there, so no. She has not been fired. Bang! Ethan drives down Tony. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Miss Parker against Miss Armstrong is a dream match, said Boomers. Okay. Crowd are into this. I think it's solid. So, splash there by Ethan. Ethan goes to the outsides. He's regrouping at the moment. Ethan grabs the championship. I don't quite understand the plan. Is it low blow? No. Roll up. 1, 2. What was the plan there by Ethan? He clearly couldn't use the belt. I don't understand. Why did the ref allow the belt in the ring? Well, he ego edged him onto the belt. The referee allowed it. That was strange. Referee didn't make any attempt to sort of move that belt out of the way or to stop the move from happening. He just allowed him to drop him onto that belt. And then he counted. Don't know. Okay, they're saying it's referee's discretion. That's always the get out card, isn't it? Referee's discretion. You know, now we're on the outside. We got commentary table about to get used. Apparently this referee loves shenanigans. Loves them. Okay, well, right now, Tony on the barricades. Ethan is on the commentary table. A spear. Table doesn't break. Table doesn't break. Tribalist said, we know the refs suck. Look at that red card yesterday for the hair pull. Oh, I bet it was this guy, wasn't he? I bet he was the ref. Bang. Ethan goes down. Tony, 1, 2, 3. Tony gets it. Tony wins. Ethan Paige is beaten. Defeated. How do we know that that was Daze telling us isn't fake news, says RTX. What, I'm AI? That was really enjoyable, said Dotsuchlala. Here's Miles Bourne. Okay, there we go. Erica said that was horrible nonsense. Chem said, could it be the theme for NXT Revenge? Every title just has loose rules. Would be weird. Scottish Chris said, Daze, if you could bring over one AEW star to put on the main roster, who would it be? I would take MJF. I'd be tempted by Tony Storm. But I think MJF is a great character. I think that he's a good in-ring performer. He's obviously one of the best talkers. I think you'd get a lot out of him. Still young as well. Not that it massively matters because you're saying I can only have him for a year. Thing with Kenny Omega is you don't know if you'd get a year's worth of work out of him. You know? I mean, Jericho would be interesting, of course. But I think I'd get more out of MJF. I agree, MJF would be good, says Suzanne. MJF would be a great pick. Tony Storm would be dumbed down in WWE, said V85. Brony said, I think the Tony Storm character's awful. It was good at first, and then they turned it into shiz. Is this pre-recorded? No. This is live. Would MJF get to NXT or the main roster? He'd be on the main roster, wouldn't he? I mean, I'm a big fan of people coming in, going to NXT first. If we're only dealing with having a year of them, though, and they have to go back to AEW, you'd probably just put them on the main roster and just try and get as much out of them as you could. But if he was coming in permanently, I'd put him into NXT first. Tony Storm is executive expert. Jericho's got in a whole lot better shape, says Eric. Tony would be paired with Nicki Minaj, said it's Bryn again. Brony, Adam Cole's career is done, and it's not his fault for not staying in WWE. Being Keith Lee's manager doesn't sound too bad now, I bet. Don't know. I've not been keeping up with all the ins and outs of it, to be honest. Spawny Boy says MJF, CM Punk, Mike battle. Days presented to us by OpenAI, says RTX. Right, we are at commercial break if you wondered. So we just had the championship match. Obviously, we've got the women's championship match coming up, and I am very much looking forward to that. So, we are at commercial break. Tony has retained. Don't know what else we've got on this show, actually. We've done Jada Parker Kehlani. We've done Callie Armstrong debut. We've done the Joe Hendry thing. We've done Tony D'Angelo against Ethan Page. I think, wasn't it mentioned earlier, there's like a speed match that we should be getting. And, of course, we know what our main event is. So we've got that coming up. Lola, JC. Okay, we are backstage. And Ricky Saints is not a happy boy. Okay, Shiloh's got his power tools. Miles Bourne is in the ring. Let's have a look, see what Miles Bourne has got to say. Miles. Okay, he's talking about sending Johnny Wrestling back to SmackDown. That was a good win for him, actually. Oh, he went home to celebrate with his favorite dessert. I bet that's Ben and Jerry's. That'll be Ben and Jerry's, that will. We all know I'm deaf. What? So he's talking about Dion Lennox. You stole my moment at Stand and Deliver, Dion. Okay, I think they arrived before the music hit because the crowd were reacting before the music hit. Dark State have arrived. So Dion's cutting a promo from the crowds. The Dark State slump is over. Okay. If you want a title match, we can do that. Sign in the crowd says Dark State sucks. Looks like Dark State are slowly making their way towards jumping that barricades. If you jump in this ring and try and take me out, you might not get your title match. Okay, so Shake One says, that's not the leader that you're talking to. That's interesting, actually, because there has been a bit of a power struggle within Dark State. Oh, Dion's like, hang on. Okay, Dark State are arguing amongst themselves. Okay, Saquon gets in there, goes after Miles. Saquon gets dropped. Dark State grabs Saquon. Okay, they're not on the same page, and we have sort of made them look like clowns. That is not a great look for Dark State, is it? That's not a great look. Dark State are crumbling before our eyes. Scottish Chris said, Daze, I'm calling it now. Coffin match. Paxley Blake. Oh, that would be good. I'd definitely take that. That would fit. Tatum's gimmick, and I could see Blake being like really scared of that. That's a really good shout. That is. I hope they do that. When doesn't Dark State look like clowns? Said Robbie. Well, that's true. They just looked extra clownish. At Days, instead of showing Brock Ober for free, it should have been Demon Finn and Dirty Dom. Brony said, am I the only one that has zero excitement or any interest about these speed title matches? I find them to be very skippable. Erica said, a math lesson, 30 minutes. We got about 43 left. I would like to see 3 minutes with some talent I don't know much about, says Dr. Luchalala. Is Shiloh going to be the one that... Oh, is Shiloh making the coffin? Oh, maybe you're right. Perhaps because he is making something. Ooh, that's a great shout. Honestly, if they do that, that would be brilliant. Because it really fits Tatum's gimmick. Shiloh would love building it. Blake Monroe would hate to be in it. And I'd love to see Vanity Project Blake Monroe freak out about it. I'd love to see the excitement of Tatum when she announces it. And Shiloh as well. And it just works. Anything other than that now, I'm going to be super sad. Super sad. It has to be that now. You guys have called it. Trem said, Dorian Van Duke's hype train starts here. Hopefully they give the speed title to the next ex-WXW guy. Love it. Pope Glotness said casket matches don't hurt like they used to. How about the first ever women's Buried Alive match? Well, I'm quite happy with the casket one. I mean, for me, it just works because, like, blatant, like, I can't go in a casket. You could understand that, you know, she's the glamour. She's all, do you know what I mean? Like, her being stuffed into a wooden box that gets sealed and God only knows where she ends up. Like, I could imagine her being really against that. And that could be what's being constructed at the moment by Shiloh. So, yeah, I'm on board. You've got me. Billy said, if WrestleMania ends up being a banger, does that erase how bad it's been? I feel like it will be forgiven if it's goods. If WrestleMania ends up being a banger, then I think there will be optimism around. I don't know that it erases how bad it's been. We just, like most things in wrestling, move on, you know? It's like nothing has erased how bad 2019 was. We still look back on that as being a bad period. Nothing's erased how bad 1995 was. We still look back on that being a bad period. But we just move on, you know? No one wants WrestleMania to bomb. We all want WrestleMania to succeed. And we all just want to move on. So, I hope it is. Here's Zarya. Dean says, how about a Halloween match? Well, you'd need to be Halloween, wouldn't it? If Ober doesn't beat Brock, nothing else on both nights will save the show, says Brony. Okay, we had the Soul side of this feud. Now we're getting the Zarya side of this feud. Sprint again says, a casket, thumbtack, buried alive, street fight, hell in a cell, last woman standing, title on a pole match. Bucket. David said, a WrestleMania that looked more like an episode of Monday Night Raw or In Your House or whatever of a show they had in 1995. Scottish Chris said, I've tagged you in a picture of a coffin thing. Oh, I know what a coffin looks like, but... Ah, I see what you're saying. Is that a bit of a spoiler then, that is where we're going? Is that where we're going? I'm not against it. I agree. That is very coffin shaped. So there we go. Zarya is cute without makeup, says Pi. Brony said Zarya will win next week and Sol gets called up sometime after Mania and will probably be featured in the women's Money in the Bank. Billy said, I wish they would bring back WCW Bash at the Beach. Oh, yeah, that would be good. That would be good. I was thinking that Punk was going to win because it's his first one-on-one WrestleMania match. Well, main event. Sol on a poll. Loser has to sell soul to the winner. Or has to sell their soul to the winner. Okay, this is next week. Please let it be the end. Next week. Okay. That's going to be one of our major matches. Okay, EK Prosper. Zarya's was better. It was better. Daze, what 3 matches are we looking forward to the most at Mania? Mine are Roman Punk, Ober Brock, Liv Steph. Gunther Seth should be a great match as well, but it hasn't had a build. Well, to be honest, I'm kind of with you there. I would have Gunther Seth. I know it hasn't had much build, but I just don't really need one for it. I love both. I think they're both fantastic in ring. I think that match could really bang. So I think that would make it for me. Yeah, I think Roman Punk has obviously had probably quite a big... Oh, it's Dorian. It's probably had like one of the big focuses, of course. I mean, they've pretty much closed each of the Raws. And they've had plenty of TV time, so that'd have to be an Ober Brock's number 1. I think it's gonna be that. I think I'd just take out Stephanie and Liv, and I would put in Gunther and Seth. I think Stephanie Liv's the women's match I'm most excited for, though. So yeah, I'm pretty much with you, honestly. I think the only difference between us is I'm all right with Gunther, Seth not having much of a build. Tribal List said, is she more believable? No AI detected in her PowerPoint presentation. Is Zarya? I thought Zarya had a bit more emotion in hers, but still, I don't know. It still wasn't really massively grabbing me. I don't know. I mean, it's a tough feud, isn't it? Because, like, I think we're all over it. I feel like I'm over it. Okay, we are underway with this speed match. Speed match. We got 35 minutes to go. This is Van Dukes taking on EK Prosper. EK Prosper gets chucked to the outside. Van Dukes going up over. Oh, it's very impressive for a big man, isn't he? Van Dukes. I haven't seen much of him at all. I have not seen much of him. Wow. Oh, my God. That was really impressive. 1, 2. I mean, he really travelled. This is kind of like what Ridge Holland should have been like. Ridge Holland was a big, powerful guy. But, I mean, look at the work here out of Van Dukes. And to think, when I first saw his name, I thought it was Van Dukes. And I laughed. And I ain't laughing now. Lands on top of Van Dukes. Van Dukes gets back in the ring. Charging over, grabs the leg there of Van Dukes. Drop kick by EK Prosper. Prosper to the outsides. Coming up over the top. Roll through. Dukes. Lovely. Missile drop kick off that middle rope. That was a beautiful moonsault, said Jordan. Massive collision. 1, 2. Did he get his shoulder up? That was... Oh, did he get his shoulder up? I've got some questions there. We need to go to VAR on that one. I'm not sure he got his shoulder up. Drop kick there by EK Prosper. Duke's in the corner. Oh, Dukes gets caught. 1, 2. It was a bit like a Shining Wizards. Is that a van full of ducks? Said Robert. Well, that's what I would thought. I thought it was a van full of ducks. I found the name to be quite humorous. Oh my God, cut her off the corner. This is the old OG. Dukes is up. Shooting star. God, his aerial abilities are very impressive. Certainly when you think about the size of him, you know. 2, 3. He just lost to EK Prosper in less than 3 minutes, though. So how good is he? He's very good. I think we've seen him once, twice in Evolve. So really don't know much about him at all. But that was very impressive. Good work, Ducks. Mighty Ducks. Mighty Ducks. That's his name. The Mighty Ducks. EK Prosper gets the win. Do we think we see Bron Breakker cost Seth the match at Mania? I could see that, yes. That's a good shout. He hit the mat more than he hit Dukes, says Davids. Oh, hello. Next week. Okay, next week's going to be Hendry against Keanu Carver. Coming up next, Kendall Gray. Chronicle. Is that just like a video package, is it? Club WWE. Apparently John's been... do you remember John said he thinks he knows what he can do to help, like what his new role's going to be? He seems to be very, like, engaged in this. I mean, he's doing the voiceover for this. This is everything WWE. There we go. Right, we are at commercial break. Sonny said, Daze, my psychiatrist appointment is tomorrow. I have to bring my poetry book. He wants to see them. I'm also going to get Timmy's. Yes. Have fun, my friends. Have fun. Marshman said, WWE Club, spend money and get a straw with your drink at a live show. Whoa, let's go. Yes. Maybe a Linda straw, Linda McMahon. And like maybe a pen that when you press the top down, her clothes fall off. You know, those pens. Those ones. That's what I want. I want a Club WWE where I press it and her clothes come off and then I put it back on, her clothes come back on again. Linda McMahon edition. Like that. I think that's what we all secretly want from Club WWE. I want a Byron Saxton straw. Oh, wow. I signed up, actually, and I did put genuinely Byron Saxton as my favourite superstar. I really do think that's a good idea. Because you know they're going to have a report that's going to have all that data on. You know, who's your favourite superstar. And that is going to be, you know, like presented to Triple H or Nick Khan or whoever. I mean, otherwise, why ask it, right? So, yeah, Byron Saxton needs to be at the top of that list. My God, they absolutely love Byron Saxton. Can't believe it. That's right, justice for Byron. I think Club WWE is a waste of money, says Billy. Well, we don't quite know what it is. I mean, we know what it's going to entail, but I mean, I don't know. I mean, I haven't seen that exclusive merch. Is it worth it? Is it just going to look rubbish? We haven't seen that exclusive content. Is that just going to be pointless? Rubbish? How much is the subscription going to cost? I don't know. I think they're clearly still working these bits and bobs out. It's not like fully launched yet, has it? So it's hard to say exactly what it is you get. But I'm a sicko. I'm a WWE sicko. I'm a WWE drone. Yeah? And we've seen how much damage they can do on the battlefield. So I'm a proud drone. Yeah? I mean, you don't have sicko warfare, but there is drone warfare. So a proud e-drone. Perhaps they could start selling e-drone shirts. So yes, I am interested. I've signed up. We'll see kind of if it ends up being worth it. But you're probably right. It probably is not going to be. WWE is bad, said Tyler. Liverpool is bad. My life is bad. Everything is going as expected. But there we go, Tyler. At least we're not surprised. Yeah. Everything is bad at the moment. There is something to be said for like life being predictable. Yeah. WWE will be all right. They'll be all right. I don't know when, but they'll be all right. I'm not sure about Liverpool. Maybe change the team. Maybe do that. Have you thought about supporting Man United? Feels like they're on the rise. So, you know, you could always come over. We got room. Okay, we are back from commercial break. Steve said WWE Club is like a subscription service for discounts and some content. The more people buy in, the more profit they make, and that's all they care about. Tyler said, nah, we've got Pat, so I'm good. Well, Tyler, you deserve to have all the misfortune that you're experiencing. That's all I'm going to say. If that's your attitudes, then I'm glad you're going through hard times. Okay, we got a Kendall Gray video package, which, to be honest with you, I don't feel like I need. But, because I already know she's great. Tribal List said, hate Liverpool and Leeds and City. It's United for life. Scottish Chris said, Man U's my team. Well, it can be a lot of people's teams. Brony said, Daze, I attended the Hammond, India. Brony, you're not Carmen. Stop trying to be fake Carmen. There's the real Carmen. Daze, I went to the Maria Reina, pronounced Reina Center in downtown Hobart, Indiana, to see ARW Pro this Saturday. Yes. Carmen 9267, and yes, that is his pin number. So if ever you do mug Carmen, you can get access to all of his bank accounts. Carmen, yes, so you went. Carmen, was it good? Was it worth it? I bet it was great to go back and check out some live wrestling again. It's probably been a while for you, so that's great. Brony said, Daze, me and Carmen are best friends. We go together. Oh, I didn't realise. Sorry, Brony. I didn't realise. I should have known. Carmen says, Brony, I don't usually join the Raw and SmackDown streams because I would rather tell you guys about my weekends during the NXT. That's true, actually. Imagine if Carmen was to join on a Monday and tell us about what he'd been up to, that would mean then that we wouldn't get it on the Tuesday. So, makes a lot of sense, actually. So, Carmen, hope you're well. We're just giving some credit to John Cena. John Cena was a big inspiration to Kendall. Kendall said, I showed up early. I outworked everyone. Okay, this video package is actually quite good, you know. We're seeing footage of her tryout. There's a whole side of me NXT doesn't know. Okay, here's Tatum. Yeah. No. I'm gonna lay her to rest. Blimey now, it's huge. It's massive as well. Why is it so big? Why has he made it so big? She's not fighting Kamala. She's not fighting Andre the Giant. Are we going to put all of Vanity Project in there? We are, aren't we? Are we surely that's what we end up doing. We're going to put all of them in there. That was huge. Daze, can we do a chat poll? Whether to ban Carmen, like, oh, is that where the community is? Okay, yeah, let's ask the question. Do we ban Carmen live? Carmen, not my. I would vote no. I can't vote, but I would vote no. But I would vote no. But no, says Bro. Yeah, but Brony, you're Carmen's best friend, so you can always tell us, can't you? So we'll still get the information. Brony says, please, no. No, please. Guys, can we shut up? This might be the last time we get a Fatal Influence entrance. Don't you dare go to commercial break, you absolute cowards. What the hell? What the hell? Why have they gone to commercial break? That's probably the last one. I'm so angry, I'm going to vote to ban Carmen Live. That's how angry I am. Ugh. Suck it, says Joe. Suck it. Oh, my God. Carmen said, I don't want to be banned. Never ban me. Carmen, what can I do? What can I do? It's out of my hands. William asked me to put this poll up. We've had over 100 people vote. I wouldn't ban you. I wouldn't do that. I don't even know why we did the poll, to be honest. Dr. Shala said the poll is so close. What a polarizing topic this is. Lou said, I voted no. Scottish Chris said, I voted no. William said, actually, this is a lot closer than I thought it was going to be. This is the greatest time to go to commercial. It was the worst time to go to commercial. But Tyler has said, I have voted yes. Matty O said, did you notice that they showed Fatal Influence instead of JC? Could this mean something later? Travis said, I voted no. Carmen, how you feeling? It's bad, Carmen. It's bad. It's really close. It's bad. It's really close. And we're going to have to do whatever this poll says, to be honest. Matteo said, I voted yes. Shining Wizard said, take it to NATO. It might be a NATO issue, actually. Ladies in leather. We could borrow that casket for Pat's. Oh, well, I'm down for that. I'm down for that. Jared said, Nelson from The Simpsons says, ha ha. To you, Carmen. Jared, that's uncalled for. That's actually really cruel. Sonny said, I accidentally voted yes. Oh my God. Boomers voted yes. Oh my God. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go. It was close. Damn it! I thought that was our chance. That was our chance. Daze, it makes no sense for Pat to turn his back on the WWE Universe, says Carmen. Well, Carmen, you are very, very fortunate. Look at that. This community is on your side. Just. Carmen, have you got any words that you'd like to say to the community, considering that they just saved you? Tyler said, we should just ban Carmen anyway. I mean, we probably should, actually. Just for the lols, something to do. Do you know what I mean? Carmen, I do expect some very emotional words from you to the community, please. Okay, we are back to the action. Final segment coming up. We got 16 minutes. Carmen has written out a very lengthy speech that Sonny has deleted. So there we go. I think this is now turned into bullying. I think this is actually bullying. No, Carmen says, thanks for saving me, everyone. Carmen, you're welcome. It's just a bit of fun. Ooh! Dion going off on Saquon. James said, can I make a speech? Yeah, go on, James. You can make a speech, bud. Dion says, this is our only shot. Saquon walks away. Right, here we go. JC Jane in the ring. Lola Vice coming down. Shining Woods has said, what if Carmen is a Pat stat? Oh, he'd already be gone. He'd already be gone. There wouldn't even be a poll. Okay, here's Lola. Here is the lady champ. William says, if you make a speech, then we do a poll to vote if you get banned or not. I forgot that Lola was a champ. Days I stand against Pat says, Jen, you're in the right place, my friends. Carmen said, Days, the ARW Pro Show on Saturday was awesome. Donovan Marcellus lost the ARW Pro Championship. What, you're only telling us now? To the now new ARW Pro Champion, Muggsy James. Muggsy James. Muggsy James. Muggsy James. Muggsy James. There we go. That's a name we'll need to be keeping an eye out for. Muggsy James, the brand new ARW Pro Champion. Okay, Lola getting her intro. Looks over at JC. JC is looking to get that championship back. Spawny Boy said, JC, keep your top on this time. Or don't. You know, whatever. We're fine. Either way. Okay, here we go. Bella's sounded. We're underway. Lola's ready to throw down JC. In the ring. She's trying to, she's backing up a little bit. Locking up. Lola, JC. Lola, JC. JC is over by the ropes. Locking up again. We've got dueling chants here. There's even a sign for Lainey Reed in the crowds. James Gamer 2010 said, as the teenage standard of YouTube, as Danhausen has his list of Demandhausens, I've got my list of 2010 demands. Demand 1 is I demand respect. Demand 2, I demand more subscribers. The other demands will come as soon as I've decided them, says James Gamer. James, thank you. Chops coming in. Chop there by JC. These two exchanging a few blows in the early exchanges. A couple of hot punches coming in there by Lola as JC goes over. Lola with a kick. Duck underneath by JC. JC taking Lola over. Leg sweep. Going for a cover. Okay, JC's up. She gets her legs taken out from underneath her. She kicks out. Lola grabs a hold of her. Crucifix. No. Shoulder tackle there by JC. JC into a little bit of a dance. Goes over against the ropes. Lola down, back up on her feet. Oh, that was nice. Yeah. Going for the armbar submission, but no joy. Back up. Nice pass. Shot coming into the midsection. Woo. Over against the ropes. Kick to the midsection again. Over the other side. Bang. Another kick. Another kick as JC spills to the outside. Lola goes out. Lola, edge of the ring. Oh! Lainey gets a face full of ass. A face full of Lola ass. JC is able to deliver a big boot. Fallon is mocking Lola. JC says, that's right, I'm going to be a 3-time champ. So JC is on the outside dancing away. Looks like, is this going to be picture-in-picture? Because we are staying with the action. Grabbing Lola, driving her into the edge of the ring. David said, Jericho rejected WWE. They wanted him in a feud with Danhausen. Duran, hello. The match at Stand and Deliver should have been JC's exit match. Not only was it a good match, but it was a great special entrance. She should have been on the main roster by now. Come on, Lola, says JC. Daze, I probably might or not be able to attend Backbreaker Wrestling Show this Saturday because I might stay home and watch WrestleMania. Carmen, shout out to you. Yeah, difficult. I mean, you could go to Backbreaker on Saturday, tune in on the Sunday. It's a 2-day event, isn't it, WrestleMania? Ober Brock opens Sunday. That's the one I think we're all very excited for. Kick coming in. I wonder how quiet the indie shows will be actually this weekend. bang. 1. Just a 1 count. Carmen said, what happens to JC if she loses? Well, they haven't officially said that she is out or anything. It's not like she definitely leaves, but I think we're all expecting her to leave. 8 minutes left to go. 8 minutes left to go. Edward said, is this where we get the Fallon turn on JC? I think so. It's sort of what I'm low-key expecting. Knee to the midsection there by Lola. We are over against the ropes. Nice reversal. Lola. Oh, JC knocks Lola down. Come on, Lola. Shots coming in, elbows. Daze Blake fits in with being in the Stephanie... Oh, no. With the Vanity Project. Yes, she does. I don't think she's a bad fit there at all. They had a female. They had Jada Steele. JC goes back into the corner. Lola goes back. JC. Shot coming in. I'm working at WWE. Are you, Victor? This week for Funko. I'm going to try and score a last-minute Mania night ticket. Oh, Victor, have a great time. That's amazing. Oh, I'm really impressed with that. Honestly, have a great time. I don't think I've ever spoke to anyone that's actually worked at WWE Worlds. You'll have to let us know after how it was and what your highlights were and all of that. That would be really interesting. Any funny stories that kind of went down, you know, what was the general vibe like? And yeah, are they showing off any new Funkos as well? I know Mattel got new figures. I'd guess Funko have got some new things. Don't know. That's very cool. We're back to full screen, says but Victor said, I'll tune into the chat SmackDown to give some details. Oh, that's great. Victor, thank you. That's really interesting to me. WWE World is something that I've got such an affection for. I just think, like, we don't really have, like, a place we can go to as fans, apart from the shows. I suppose you got the experience in Saudi Arabia, but there isn't, like... There isn't a physical Hall of Fame or anything, so this is, I suppose, the closest we have, really, with meet and greets and your picture in a ring and matches and Funko and Mattel and all this kind of stuff. So I just think it's so interesting for WWE fans. So it's very cool you're working there. Lola in control at the moment. Down goes JC. Lola against the ropes. Ooh, not a big fan of that kind of move. Okay. I want Victor to come back after Mania with shocking insights on TKO. Oh, big kick there by Lola as JC spills to the outside. Matt EO said, since Asuka EO is most likely not happening, what do we think the 7th match will be? I don't know that we're getting one. I mean, like, why not just announce it? I mean, I don't even know if the Kabuki Warriors are being moved into that women's tag match. I mean, there's been no word they are. Okay, Lola gets back in the ring. Oh, big boot there by... JC, shoulder up. Shoulder up. Okay, we're down to the dying moments of this show. We have got just 4 minutes remaining. That was a big boot by JC. Lola going over to the corner. JC charges in. Collides into Lola. Shot coming in there by JC as well. Time is ticking away. Another shot coming in. Right now, we're looking for a draping armbar. Okay. Fallon, what was she trying to do there? She kind of 619'd into Lola. She didn't really get all of it, though. bang, big shot. JC, 1, 2. Oh, my God. She absolutely cracked her with that. Blimey now. Look at this. Ah. Rolling encore couldn't do it. JC Jane falling short, over against the ropes, charging in, gets caught. Right now. Is she going to tap? I feel like she's in big trouble. JC getting back up. Lola, middle of the ring. This match carrying on. Going over. She's in big trouble. She's getting back up. She can't get out of this hold, can she? 1, 2, no. Does break apart. Against the ropes. Roll up by Lola. 1, 2. Lola. Oh, gets hit there by Laney. Oh, misses with roll. Marked, mate. 1, 2, 3. Lola gets it. Lola gets it. Okay. I think we knew that it was likely to go that way because the rumors are JC is heading to the main roster. The big question, does anything happen with Fatal Influence now? Yeah, I mean, they're obviously not impressed. They were helping JC. I mean, they were really trying. Look, bang, Laney getting involved. Rolling encore missed. Oh, that was sweet. Lola picking up the victory. Okay, we're just keeping an eye on Fatal Influence. They're dragging JC out the ring. Oh, Callie! Callie! Callie has come out. Callie Armstrong. Who else is around? Kendall Gray. So is this going to be the women's division sort of making their presence felt? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Izzy Dame is there as well. So we've got a few women that are... Oh, and Zarya. Zarya's coming out. Don't know what's happened to Fatal Influence. There's Soul. There we go. So it looks like that's how NXT is ending. No Fatal Influence split up. But plenty going on in that women's division. Yeah, I thought there was a really good chance that we could get that. We did not get that. But that was still an okay ending. I wonder if that delays it a little bit. I wonder if we get... I don't know. I don't know what we do with Fatal Influence now. Let's get a score up, shall we? Maybe they go up together. Ooh. I mean, I would not be against that. Some people are wondering if Laney Reid would be good enough for that. But, I mean, look, we did it with Liv. Liv was not ready when she went up, and it took a few years, more than a few years, to get her ready. She had to do a lot of learning on the job. That might be the same for Laney. Laney might not be ready, and so it might be a case that she's got to do some learning. But I think Laney's in a better place than Liv was, actually. Laney actually is quite an impressive in-ring performer. I don't know what her promos are like, though. We haven't really looked into that. You give her a ring and give her a microphone and have her in a ring on her own. I've got no idea what her work's like. So, I don't know. To me, I'm not worried about Fallon. I'm certainly not worried about JC. It would just be Laney that would be the question mark. I love that group, though. I do love them. And I love the entrance. I love the song. I think it's Def Rebel, and it might be the only good thing they've ever done. So, yeah, if we do get Fatal Influence, I'll be pretty thrilled, actually. If WrestleMania becomes terrible, will we start doing ARW Pro so that we can watch Trog and Barry Big Balls and Muggsy James? Oh, it'd be very tempting. I mean, actually, we should be quite thankful that ARW Pro don't have a major show this weekend, because that would be problematic. You know, do we do WrestleMania or do we do ARW Pro Mania? So it would be difficult to choose, but thankfully not a decision we need to make. So let's just see how WrestleMania goes first. It's Bryn again said, isn't that Fatal Influence song AI? It's a real singer, but AI changed the lyrics. It is, yes. Bring Fallon and JC up. Maybe leave Laney in NXT. Maybe they replace her with someone else, said Scottish Chris. Maybe. I would still be okay if we did that. I mean, if we had Kiana James join that group, that would work really well for me. Kiana James, Fallon Henley, JC Jane, Fatal Influence on the main roster. Laney gets sort of left behind. I'd be okay with that. Trick's theme is Death Rebel, said Bishop. Oh, is it? Okay, they made 2 good ones. Ober's works for him as well, actually. Oh, I don't want to be giving Death Rebel too much credit. They suck. Daze, I realised WWE never mentions WWE Experience. I'd completely forgot about that till you mentioned it. I think they know that most people are not going to get on a plane and go over to Saudi Arabia just to go there. So I think it's more, if you do make that journey to Saudi Arabia to go and see one of the shows, here's another reason to go. But I don't think they advertise it because, no, if there ain't a show there, I don't think anyone's making that journey, are they? David said Liv Morgan's new single yesterday. Yep. Daze, maybe you could replace Laney. Well, I know the entrance. I mean, honestly, I know the entrance. I don't even think you would notice a difference, to be honest. I look pretty cute in Daisy Dukes. And I know all the entrance moves. And I love a bit of gossip. We know girls like that as well. So, I mean, I think I'd fit in the group very well. Big Time said, Daze, someone must have told HBK keeping the faction together would be more effective. We know that JC and Fallon are ready. Maybe Laney has just got enough quick reps to make it. Well, I wouldn't be worried if she got called up. I wouldn't be worried. I mean, I've seen enough from her to feel confident that she's pretty solid in ring. I've really been impressed by her in ring. I don't know about her promos. And the other thing as well is she was sort of drowning a little bit when she was on her own. So, you know, she would go up as part of that group. But if that group didn't work out, we had to break them apart. Then we've got a problem. And promo-wise, I'm not sure. And, you know, I'm sure there's obviously more improvements that can be made with her in-ring work. But I think, you know, you don't have to look too hard to see people that got called up that weren't quite ready. That, you know, but again, it's a mixed bag, isn't it? Like, Liv wasn't ready, and thankfully that worked out. But, like, you could look at, say, an Austin Theory and say he wasn't ready. And, I don't know, that hasn't quite worked out yet, has it? So, like, Laney Reed, she could go up and be part of that group, and it could work fine, but it depends how the group performs. It depends if the group catches fire. I mean, if they're going to be a group that stay together for a while, like a good few years, I mean, that's going to be great for Laney. But if it's a group that they try and it doesn't really work and they end up breaking them apart, Laney will be in trouble then. I'd say is if she gets called up, like, I'd wish her all the best. I like her. I wasn't sure at first, but she's really grown on me. And I like that group, so... yeah, if they go up together and we get to keep those entrances, I'll be down for that. So I don't know what to do. I really was expecting a split. I was really expecting a split. So it kind of caught me a little bit by surprise that we didn't do that just. So I don't know. We'll have to see. Jordan, chat out to you, my friends. If we did replace Lainey, we would all be hoping for a wardrobe malfunction. Well, do you know what, Bryn? If I did replace Lainey, I'd give you a little cheeky wardrobe malfunction every time. Just a little cheeky one. Yeah. Just as my gift to the community. Just a little, I know you're watching. Yeah, this is for you. Eric said, Daze, if Randy Cody has got some bad happening, it could ruin WrestleMania. I don't know, but I mean, honestly, we've spoken quite extensively about it. I'm at the point where I think the way that I'm dealing with it is I'm just numb to it. So actually, I don't think it will ruin my WrestleMania, because whatever happens, I'm just sort of like, I don't care. For me, WrestleMania will end night one at the co-main event. And then whatever happens, good, bad, indifferent, and just don't care. And then I'll start again the next day. So actually, yeah, it's void. That's how I'm dealing with it. I hate it. I hate this. I've got no interest in it whatsoever. Quite happily would turn it off. I'm obviously not going to be doing that because we're going to be doing the watch along. Plus, it's not just any match; it's the flipping main event. And it's the match I was so excited for. So, nah. Yeah, I'm just... Whatever. It'll be fine. We'll get through. Days, them being booked as a faction should be an easy layup for Triple H. Matches with maybe Bayley and Lyra, Rio, Charlotte, Alexa. We would be eating goods. Well, yeah, I mean, I'd be down for it. I'd like to think it would be an easy layup, but... I don't know if WWE Creative have got easy layups, because there's a few occasions where you think, oh, that would be straightforward, and they still seem to mess around with it and goof it up. Billy said, what time are we doing the stream? Well, we're going to start about 2 hours before the countdown show. And the reason for that is because when the show starts, the countdown show as well, we do find there's just less people around because people are sort of getting settled down, really. You know, they've got their snacks, they've got their TV ready to go. So I always like to start a few hours before so that we can really get to people's thoughts, comments. Obviously, you never know what rumours are around that day, what kind of last kind of second chatter, or have you heard such and such has been spotted, or whatever it might be. So I always like to start a few hours before, and then it is just a bit of a shame they're doing a 3-hour countdown. I wish it was 2 hours. I don't feel like they need the 3 hours, but because they're not doing any matches or anything. But whatever. We'll obviously start 2 hours before that. We'll do the countdown. We'll do WrestleMania. We'll do the breakdown after. We'll do the opinions video. It's going to be a long day. Really, really. And that will come off the back of a long Friday as well. So it's going to be a long, long day. So, yeah, pretty much Friday, Saturday, Sunday. If you're awake, we're probably live. It's going to be long. Are you doing Hall of Fame? I am doing Hall of Fame. Yes, I am doing Hall of Fame. Big Time said UFC did 2.4 million on CBS. I don't know how that compares, to be honest. Is that good? Is that a good result? I mean, that would be amazing if it was a pay-per-view. That would be really strong. I think like a lot of UFC pay-per-views were doing like around 1 million, 1 point something. So 2.4 is really good, but it's not a pay-per-view, is it? Because now you just have to have, is it ESPN Plus or whatever subscription thing? So I don't know how that's been comparing. I tell you what, it'd be very interesting to see what that White House show does. That'd be very interesting. Rustic Farm Plow, hello, says, I think the reason Ober Brock is that Ober will lose on night 2, because if he loses on night 1, people will rage quit for night 2. Do you think so? Do you think so? You could be right. I wonder if it's just the match people are excited for, and so they put it on night 2 to make sure that you definitely come back. I don't know that he's going to lose. It's more just whatever happens night 1. Like, people will tune into night 1 because it's WrestleMania, it's begun, there's the excitement, only happens once a year, people will tune in to night 1. Night 2, you should get people to tune in because that should be like the big match everyone's waiting for, the main event, right? I just think maybe they've put it on there to just sweeten the pot a little bit. So, Ober Brock is the match everyone's waiting for. Put that at the start of night 2. Regardless of how you felt about night 1, you're going to want to see that match. So I suppose in a way I'm kind of in agreement with you. It's a way of getting you to tune in regardless of what happened on night 1. But I don't know that it's because Ober's losing. Don't know that it's because he's losing. He could lose. I mean, I don't think it's guaranteed that he wins. But I don't know. One thing that I am confident with, and we said this earlier, one thing I am genuinely confident with, I genuinely believe they know what they've got. I think Triple H knows. I think all of them backstage. Now, I don't think that they are not aware of how special he is. I actually took a bit of encouragement from the interview that Triple H did today on the YouTube channel, because Triple H was saying, like, you just see it online, like people doing the walk, you can feel it when he goes out. Like, we've had people that have kind of felt like they're the next Brock, they're the next big thing, but nothing like what Ober's bringing. And actually hearing and I know some of that is like hyping up WrestleMania, but hearing Triple H say that, it was just a little bit reassuring, like, okay, because you just don't know, do you? You just don't flipping know. You have no idea, like, if they're in such a bubble that, like, our excitement is maybe not getting across. But, yeah, it is. It is. They know what they've got with him. I mean, to be honest, he's come in early 2026, coming up from NXT, and his first Mania match is against Brock Lesnar. So, rumors were it was meant to be Brock LA Knight, and they've changed it to Brock versus Ober. And who knows, maybe when that match was first booked, they were thinking, he can lose. And maybe that was the thought process, but I don't know, man. The closer we're getting to it and the more segments we've had, he's got to win. Surely. I would book him to win if I was booking. And I'm sure you would book him to win as well. So, I don't know. We'll have to see. There's a bit of concern out there as to what they're going to do and if they're going to faff around. But I'm quietly confident they know how special he is. What happens with Lola now? She's going to have a 4-way number 1 contender. Oh, yeah, maybe, Edward. Put those women in to a number 1 contenders match. Have Lola face the winner. Did we see Triple H saying they know intensity and gorilla when something isn't working? Yeah, I did. I mean, it's nice to hear him say things like this and say things like, trust me, I know when something hasn't worked. I mean, that's good. I'm glad you know when things haven't worked. But we still had 2025 where it just felt like things never changed. We were tuning into Raws and they were like flat. And then we would come back the next week and it was exactly the same. And just nothing was improving. So it's all well and good saying, we know when things aren't working. But why did you not do anything about it? Why was there seemingly no fix? Why we could all see there was no women for the mid-card on SmackDown. Very few options for Jades at the top of the card on SmackDown. There was no movement there. There was no fix to any of that. Like, I don't know, like it just seemed like we were in a bad place and we just couldn't do anything to fix it. That's kind of how it felt. And maybe that's how it felt to him. But, yeah, I mean, it's good that he knows not everything is landing and not everything works. And he says he's amongst the first to know when something hasn't gone to plan. But it doesn't really change the fact that 2025 was a very disappointing year. 2026 for a lot of people has not been much better. And then, you know, the slap in the face has been that TKO have come along and gone, we're going to shove Pat in here, you know? So, I mean, 2 years ago, The Rock came along and tried to shove himself into a story. You could say that was TKO involvement because he had just joined the board. He was on the TKO board. So you can say that 2 years ago, The Rock tried to do this as well by shoving himself into a story, taking it in a direction it didn't need to go. The fans stood up to that and said, #we want Cody. Then last year, of course, TKO got involved again. We did the John Cena heel turn. Ultimately, that did not work. And then at WrestleMania, we had Travis Scott come down, getting involved he shouldn't have got involved in. And now here we are again in a situation where a celebrity has got involved in a story they should not be involved in. And I know that people are going to say that Triple H doesn't have any power when it comes to saying to TKO no, right? But, like, how does this keep happening? And how are we meant to have confidence it's not going to happen next year? Like, how does this keep happening where people are getting shoved in or trying to, you know, take storylines in directions they were not planned to go? I mean, you could argue the Rock thing worked out better and we ended up with like a brilliant moment. And perhaps that was a bit of a down, actually. The fact that it worked out as well as it did, perhaps that means that like now they're not worried about getting involved. Because The Rock tried to get involved and it ended up giving us a better story. And then last year, you know, they wanted a little extra spice for Elimination Chamber and The Rock wanted to turn Cody. Cody turned it down and instead they turned John Cena. And that moment was great, but the heel run that followed was very underwhelming. And, you know, it led to a very disappointing main event and then Travis Scott comes down and it's like, there's another celebrity that was getting involved in something they shouldn't have got involved in. And now here we are this year for WrestleMania, and now we've got this happening. So it's like, it's good that you know this stuff hasn't been working or that it's not landing, but either you're not changing it or you're not influential enough to prevent it from happening. So how are we meant to be excited that this won't happen next year for WrestleMania? Because it probably will. I mean, it's happened the past few years, so it'll probably happen again next year. Some celebrity will be shoved into a place they don't belong in, or The Rock will want to take it in a different direction, or someone's going to get involved. So it's very frustrating. And again, this is, you know, part of the reason as to why whatever happens at WrestleMania is irrelevant to me, because there's a history to this and a concern for the future that is bigger than just whatever happens on Saturday night. So, yeah, anyway, we don't need to go down that road again. We've said all that needs to be said. Hannah says, Daze, I don't know about you, but this WrestleMania is the first where I'm not so excited. It's a shame because it's the 20th anniversary of the first WrestleMania that I saw on pay-per-view. Have we got high hopes? Well, I think this WrestleMania will be fine. But yes, right now I'm probably like a 5.5 out of 10 excited. I agree, this does not feel at the moment like, oh my God, everything's been built into this. This is the show of the shows, the showcase of the immortals. This is the grandest stage, you know? This is where history is about to get written. It doesn't quite feel like that. It doesn't feel big enough or epic enough. It doesn't mean that it's not going to be that, and it doesn't mean that it's not going to deliver. And of course, there are definitely matches we're all excited for. So I can only go back to what I said at the start. I think by the time I get to Thursday, I think I'll be okay. I think when WWE World starts and we're starting to get leaks of what the stage looks like, and, you know, that kind of buzz begins. Because in a way, WrestleMania is a bit like a bubble. And I don't think we've entered it yet. Like, I think once the people start arriving and you start to see some of that content, and certainly when WWE World starts and there's people having pictures and they're being shared, and I remember Rhea getting a tattoo at WWE Worlds, and that was a talking point. Like, did you see Rhea got a tattoo? Because there's tattoo parlor there that gets set up, and Mattel show off their stuff and Funko show off their stuff. That's gonna help. And, someone might, Danhausen might show us around WWE World. One of my favorite ever videos, and I keep saying this every year, is Kathy Kelly walking around WWE Access, as it was known, with Triple H and Stephanie McMahon. And this was before the pandemic. I want to say it might have been like WrestleMania 34-ish. And they were going around showing you what you could do at Access. And like you could get into an elimination chamber, or you could go to check out some NXT talent. And there was meet and greets, and there was exhibitions, and there was Mattel, and a lot of the stuff we have now, right? I mean, but it was great because you actually went around all the different parts of it. And it's about, I can't remember, it was about an hour long. And it's the most complete walkthrough of WWE World that I've ever seen. And it was like, yeah, you can recreate an entrance. Let's have a look at this exhibition. Let's go to the superstore. And just kind of going around. I remember Stephanie McMahon, as they went over to the NXT bit, going, Adam Cole, baby! She was really excited by Adam Cole, which is kind of funny. So, I love that video. So I think once we enter that bubble of Thursday, things will start to get more exciting. But here we are on Tuesday night, and it's not quite hitting at the moment, yeah. I don't think Raw was strong enough to really pick up people's enthusiasm. But, I'm still optimistic the Mania will deliver. I'm excited for Ober Brock. Only excited for Ober Brock, says Humpty Vision. John Cena hosting and Danhausen days. That could be funny. Yeah, I agree. They shouldn't have took it away from New Orleans. It would have been sold out and it would have felt like Mania season, said Eric. Maybe a 6 days, says Davids. I wonder if Triple H is betting. Wouldn't that be a legal insider gambling? I think it would be a legal insider gambling, yeah. Big Time said, Daze, you have confidence Rhea will get a good match out of Jade's, because if I was booking, I'd have had Jade lose the belt before Mania. Well, I think that they clearly want to make her a massive star. That she's got a great look, and I think they really want that to work. The problem is, how limited is she in the ring? They can give her the opportunity. They can set the table, give her the belt, give her the Mania match, put her in there with one of the best talents they've got. But at the end of the day, she's going to sink or she's going to swim. And they can't do much more, can they? So I think in Triple H's mind, I'm going to give you the chance, right? I could take the belt off you and go with someone else, but I'm going to give you the chance. Yeah? Welcome to the dance. Welcome to WrestleMania. Welcome to a singles match, a championship match against Rhea Ripley, who's no slouch in the ring. She can put on great matches. She can take you on a journey, right? She knows how to work a crowd. If you can carry your end of the bargain, we should get something decent. Might not be amazing. Might be like 375 type thing, right? But if you can just carry your end of the bargain, we should get something decent. If you can actually perform, if you can actually deliver, we can start getting into the 4-star range. And that might start to change some perspectives around Jade's, So I think Triple H has clearly decided, I'm going to give her the opportunity. Sink or swim. And let's see. Would I have done it? I don't know. Because to be honest with you, I would want to be speaking with Jade, seeing her work ethic, seeing how she carries herself, getting reports of, you know, if she's going to PC, what's her work like. I'd be having to use all of that as a gauge as to whether she was worth investing in. I mean, I think she should have gone to NXT when she first arrived. I think that the mistake was not having to go to NXT. The problem is, if Triple H was the one that said, I want her on the main roster, he's got to back her, hasn't he? Because you can't say I want her on the main roster and then not use her to her full ability. Otherwise, maybe she should have gone to NXT. So hopefully he hasn't boxed himself in a corner where now he's, you know, kind of forced himself to put her into this position. Because I would have put her in NXT and, you know, had her kind of learning the ropes, improving, and then, you know, I would have had a better star now, probably. If she had been in NXT all this time, I could call her up now and have someone that really knows what she's doing, rather than someone where we've just been tiptoeing around, you know? So I can't sit here and say I'm confident she's going to have a great match. All I can say is it's going to be an interesting match. Because come this weekend, it's going to be a case of sink or swim. And I think that's interesting. I mean, I don't know about you, but it might not be a match that we're like, oh, I can't wait for that. But when it's time for that match and we're talking about, right, what is this? For me, that's a large part of it. This is a big moment for Jade. It's not as big for Rhea because she's had WrestleMania matches against the likes of Charlotte and Becky. But this is a big moment for Jade. This is the proving ground. This is sink or swim. And clearly Triple H has given her a big show of confidence. It's kind of time to repay that confidence. So, I don't know. The score of that match is going to be very interesting. And the perception of Jade after that match will be very interesting. So if you want to find a little something there, like, you know, as a reason to get excited for that, I'd say it's that, you know. I hope it works. I don't have any reason to not, you know, want it to work. I don't have any ill will towards Jade. So I hope it works. But I don't know that it will. We got 4 women's matches. Stephanie Liv is carrying. Becky AJ should be the women's tag as well. And the women's tag and Jade Rhea. She moves so stiff and there's a lack of mobility. Well, it's going to show up this weekend. Unless she can, you know, get it all to fall in place. Edwards, good night, buds. Word Life Cena fan said, do we think Mania 42 has a chance of being better than Mania 41? Yes. I think the card looks better. Billy said it feels like they're trying to force matches on us, like Punk Roman. Randy, Cody seem to be the only ones that are worthy. Sleeper match might be Dominic Finn and maybe a Bianca return. Yeah, I don't think that's unfair. I mean, I do think that there's matches that feel a bit forced. I agree with that. I think, you know, this is not the strongest card. I think using the roster, we probably could have moved it around and come up with something a little bit better, a bit more engaging. Obviously, they've had injuries, and this was not plan A. And so, you know, even this isn't their plan A. I heard Road Dogg say he really believes this is the best that can be done. So, you know, it's one of those where we've obviously gone down roads like plan B, plan C, and there's been injuries and, you know, things have had to be tweaked and changed, and this is where we've ended up. So it is what it is. I think the card looks better than last year still. I think there's lots of potential over both days, and I won't be shocked if we come out and people say, that was all right, you know. I don't know that we're going to come out and say that was amazing. That's one of the all-time great Manias. That's the goal, obviously. But I really wouldn't be shocked if we came out and went, yeah, that was all right. Do you know, I will end on this, but maybe going in with lower expectation is maybe not a bad thing. Going in like, oh, I don't know what to expect here, and then being impressed might actually make this a fun Mania. So we're gonna cling on to that, right? So there we go. That was NXT. Thank you to everyone that joined us. I thought that was pretty fun. I thought it was a pretty easy watch as well. Did not find that a chore in any sense. So pretty fun stuff. So thanks for joining us. Appreciate it as always. Obviously, we'll be back tomorrow with a member stream, Evolve, and of course, another episode of Unseen. So thanks for watching. Bye for now.